Street to sky, we breaking the frame. Ronin and fearless, remember the name. Sin reglas, sin miedo, directo al grano. Estos hombres hablan fuego, hermano. Tunay ang usapan, walang takasa. Hit and run, walang atas. Shinjitsu no mikyo erabu dake. Hito and line. Shuriman chanda. Hito and panda. Creole soul, Baltimore to the Gulf Blaze. 8 tours deep, now I spit truth that slays. Ronin Travelers, I move like a shadow. East meets west, fate fists and ammo. From Somalia's tarmac to passport place. I bring that old school grit with the new school blaze. Now it's red pills and rituals, therapy nights. We talk God, grind, girls and gun rights. Say my name, Ronin, the nomad vet. Mind sharp like a blade, no regrets. Lord, Father, crypto, mining gear. From data wars to Dominican beer. Fearless the channel, the code, the key. Where warriors speak what the cowards won't see. I bring calm to chaos, facts to the cap. Run a chessboard life, no tick-tock trap. Thursday therapy, kings get they say. Now it's hit and run, we ain't come here to play. It's hit and run, no filter, no fear. Truth gets wild when the lions appear. Street to sky, we breaking the frame. Ronin and fearless, remember the name. Sin reglas, sin miedo, directo al grano. Estos hombres hablan fuego, hermano. Tunay ang usapan, walang takasa. Hit and run, walang atras. Shinjitsu no michi wa budake. Hito and line. Sumiman tanda. Hito and tanda.
Yo, I gotta change that, bro. I can't do you like that and keep you white boy. I know everybody likes to call you a white boy, like Nakmeezy and everything else, but I can't do it.
Field day.
Actually, you.
Have a field day. What's going on, fellas? Let's jump right into this, man. And I'm wondering, the StyleKing, can you see that button up top? Because we want to make sure this brother can simulcast.
Yeah, we want you to be able to go live and simulcast, bro. Hold on.
How y'all doing out there this evening? It's Monday. I hope y'all had a Monday blues. Hope work is going good for you. But we got a good session this evening. Leaving abroad, you got expectations versus reality. Sometimes people paint a perfect picture for you, and that picture, it looks like a Picasso, if you know what I mean. Ain't the most perfect picture.
Fucking mess. That's what it looks like.
We want to talk about the reality, and versus your expectations. I've been to a lot of places and I've stayed a long time, and man, the reality is entirely different when you get there and need to set up real things and get real things done. It just is not what you would have it. And if you have your American expectations that things will just run smoothly, that there has to be some type of process. Like, there has to be a process. No, it doesn't work like that. Matter of fact, I seen a dude that, oh, no, I know who it was. I told you I went to a wedding. So my nephew, his father-in-law, he traveled all over when he was younger. And one place he went to was India. He was trying to catch a train from one city to the other. And he said when he walked into the train station, there was like 40 ticket booths. So say he goes to booth number 2. He's like, yeah, I need a train. They're like, come back tomorrow. He's like, yes, sir. Well, I need a train for today. He said, well, you got to get that at booth number 3. So he goes to booth number 3. Yes, sir. I would like to have a train ticket, going to this city. He said, no, go down to booth number 30. So he goes to 30. And the guy's like, no, yeah, that's booth number 15. So he goes to booth number 15. And the guy says, no, you got to go back to booth 3. And he gets to booth 3. He's like, hold up. And the guy's like, well, you got to go somewhere else. He's like, no, you just sent me here. And this is a white guy. And he got irate. He said, damn it, I was here and I want my ticket now. The guy said, oh, no problem, sir. And he said what he found out in India was because there's a caste system, if you say, please help me out, they don't respect you. But if you come in and say, like you at the top of the caste system, I need my ticket, I want it now, give it to me, damn it. They give it to you. It's not even an issue. So those things that you think would work for you by being polite in some areas, the culture just doesn't allow it. You know, you have to be different. If you don't know that, it's just crazy. Crazy. I've been in places and I tell you, we just got the birth certificate for the little one. And trying to navigate that, it's like no easy way. And when the government gets there, they just, and you know, the wife is from there. So when she's like, I need to get this done, I need to get that done, it's still, well, go here and go there. And you got to, like, nobody knows all the information you need. It's like they only know just enough to send you to another place and just enough to get you to another place. It's like they don't want to tell you everything. And it gets so confusing because you would think there has to be just like an easy process to get this done. Like there just has to be a way. And don't talking on the phone. Oh man, talking on the phone, bruh. We booked a ticket to this resort, and they sent
what country was this? First of all,
right, this was Dominican Republic.
Okay, so this is your lady's home country,
man, bruh. They sent an email out, which was kind of like a wrong email because I was doing this for the entire family. I was going to take them to a resort. This was for over their Mother's Day. So I was like, oh man, we can have like a little family reunion for the resort. You know, I'll bring all you guys in. But when I booked it, they sent a letter that said something to the nature of you have to be a U.S. citizen. That's how it was written. That's not really how it was. It was saying that if you book this particular room on this discount, you had to be a U.S. citizen. Nonetheless, we called every single day. We would call and the guy would be like, hold on. Then the phone would just click. You call back.
Oh, I hate that.
Oh, let me just put you into this office. Then you waiting, and then that person says, oh yeah, I don't know. Hold on, and reservations isn't open yet. And then whatever number they say on the phone, like push 233 for reservation. That don't take you nowhere. You're like, what do you have all these numbers for no department? Man, we would talk to the same guy, and then they would say, well, oh, I don't understand. You ask them, they speak English. Yes. And then you talk, they don't understand you. Then I put the wife on the phone, she talking Spanish, and he still act like I can't understand you. It was so complicated, man. It took us so long to get back. I don't know if he's in the. Give me a thumbs up, StyleKing.
No, he's still prepping. He's still prepping.
Okay.
But yeah, give me a thumbs up or send me a WhatsApp when you're ready.
And it took so long just to get to the person, and finally, we got to somebody who just gave the information. And this was, if I was a person who didn't speak Spanish, who didn't have someone there, I would have canceled that trip. I was like, this is ridiculous, man. You're not giving the correct information. You're not doing anything. And they just like, you know, another experience I had is, you know, we kind of pride ourselves on some type of customer service. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, we went somewhere, we ordered some food and we waited. And I was like, man, it's a long time for this food. You know, it's been like 45 minutes. It wasn't like that complicated. And so, you know, in the United States, they would be like, well, I'm sorry, you know, here, let me comp this for you. Because we had already paid. And so I was like, well, man, we paid. I ain't got this. Just give my money back. Oh, no, we can't give you money back. Well, where's my food? Well, we'll get it to you. We just forgot to put it in. So I can't get my money back. I don't have my food.
Holding you hostage.
And they just going to hold you hostage. There ain't no discount. Bro, you crazy. Ain't no getting no discount. You still paying full price. So the customer service and those things can be different. If you move
Right.
somewhere to another country, I recommend you got to have somebody who's native there who can lead you through the system. Because if you from the outside and you trying to navigate the system, bring you up.
No. I'm thumbing. No.
Oh shit!
I'm thumbing him up because I noticed he went live. So he found the button finally.
All right.
Now he's doing this thing in the background.
Yeah, it's so complicated. If you don't have someone there, your process of thinking, the way you think something should be, does not happen like that. You would think, well, this just makes sense. This would make perfect sense if I could do A, B, and C. Your perfect sense has no sense.
Correct.
That's on one bad end. Some things are great with your expectations would be like, man, this is how things, how I should be able to navigate. Those are great. But if you come in with the mentality of this is how a process should be, their process has nothing to do with you.
Sure don't.
Yeah, I told you another time, it took me a while. I'm in line. I'm in a long line in a grocery store. I think even in the bank. And I'm just sitting there. And, it becomes my turn. Like I'm next. Some old lady just jumping.
Yes. They have that here too.
Yeah. And I'm, the first time I'm like, well, she old lady. Maybe she can't see me. Maybe she don't know. She only got a few items. I'm not in a big rush. It's okay. Let her go. Next time I'm somewhere, a younger girl, jump right in front of me. What? Excuse me, man. Excuse me. Like you not seeing me there? The line is back there. She give me a look like, and all right. I don't want to fight nobody, especially no lady who's pregnant. So I got pulled to the side to let me know. In any line, the elderly, the disabled, and the pregnant get first preference. So they can just, they don't even ask. It ain't like, hey, I'm getting up here. It's just,
it's a known fact.
The front of the line, and ain't nothing you're going to be able to say and nothing you're going to be able to do. Just deal with it. And you just deal with it. I guess they're accustomed to those things. We are very impatient. And I got to understand why in these places, people go to the bank. Like they go to the bank. Like if you see a line in the bank, it ain't nothing like here. And you might see 30 folks waiting in the bank line. I don't know if you're paying B. I don't know what they doing. But it's the craziest thing there is. But that was my expectation that in some way that things would just be easier for you, because in your mentality, you're thinking the American way, or this is the process. Throw that out. That doesn't work. Have somebody else to help navigating you.
Shit.
Yeah, you lied, bro.
I want to say, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
It got quiet. But yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, welcome to the world, bro. By the way, welcome Style Kings to the live. Me and him were talking offline about expectations and realities of life and travel, and we're like, yo, that's a good conversation we should have on a live. The other brothers can understand and let reality sink in. These are the things you need to prep for when you're really going to commit to going overseas. Whether you're doing one leap like I did, or whether you're doing it in baby steps, like StyleKing is trying to figure out where he wants to settle in at. So he's jumping around right now on longer stays, and then you got Fearless, the ultimate guy, where he's already done all that. He's been married for 7 years, has a brand new baby.
You keep saying 7, but it's been a little bit longer, but like
okay.
10.
Right. Hey, I know you guys get touchy about those time frames.
I don't. Seem like an eternity.
Like I said, he's brought his Dominican wife over to America, successful relationship, successful in business and everything else. So And then if you guys peep game, and I'm going to lead into this $10 super chat by David Dice. If you guys peep game a couple days ago, she had a live with another feminine Dominican woman that were both living here and both wives here in the United States. So don't listen to all that hoopla on some of these other channels where you can't do it. Oh, you can do it if you listen to the right people, if you understand women, if you understand how to vet, if you understand, cohabitation and setting ground rules and relationships and all these other things that stack on top of it, you can do it too. So shout out to David Dice for the $10 super chat. I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Fearless 360. Great conversation on the last live. That's how I want my wife to conduct herself. Classy and respectful. Latinas stay winning, my brother, aka Willie Dynamite. Thank you, David. I appreciate
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. We're gonna try to have her do a. I know me and her are supposed to do. We used to do a Tuesday tequila. What was it? Tequila talk. Tequila and talk Tuesdays. So she want to get back to that. So I think we'll go back to that where we can do some conversations like that. Maybe we'll start the following Tuesday and do some lives with her on her channel. So make sure you support her. She bring the truth out. So I think that's a great thing.
Right. So back to the conversation at hand, though. I want us to each start off talking about, what got us into this mindset of exploring, getting married. Obviously, I'll give you my story, then we'll go into Marco's, and you kind of Fearless. You touched on some things, but go into your story for a little bit before we jump into some of the topics that we're going to talk about today. My relationship has been going on for about 1.5 years now, going on 2 years in October. Where I had a long distance relationship, phone, video chats and so on with a young Filipino woman here in the Philippines. And it progressed into something. It wasn't something I was looking for. It was just something that happened. And that's usually what they say. It's when you're not looking for it is when it usually comes across your face and slaps you a couple times. Because I'll tell you, QB Passport was a witness of this. I was literally rude to her. I literally did everything to push her away from me. I even tried to give her away to my sons. So at the end of the day, it wasn't like I jumped on something where I wanted to date somebody younger with an age gap or anything like that. I wasn't even looking for it. It just happened. But 1.5 years of talking and coordinating and getting to know who this young lady was, her commonalities and certain things that we both like in our lives, and being able to carry a good conversation on, even though she was younger than me, but also very feminine, very pliable, and understanding what traditional values were. And as you'll see me bring up some pictures of the family and everything else, she has a good root. She's a Catholic woman. And so some of those things came in line with what type of woman I would want to get married. And by the way, I'm a 2-time offender. Been married twice. I have sons, most of you guys' ages. My oldest son is 38 years old.
You got some my age, brother.
My youngest son is 27. So that gives you an age gap even with my kids. So it's not something where it's like I went looking for somebody my kids' age. Matter of fact, I felt guilty. I tried to hook her up with one of my sons and told her about my son. She goes, no, I don't want to date anybody younger. Okay. All right. So that progressed into me moving out here May 7th of 2025. So I've been here since May 7th. And we're going to go through the 30-day look, the 60-day look, or 30-day, 90-day, 180-day, what you should be progressing into as you start to stabilize yourself as a expat for however long you plan on staying, whether you plan on staying forever or whether you plan on staying and establishing a good, solid relationship like Fearless did, and then bringing them back to the United States. We'll talk about all that today. But that's where my progress started, and that's where I'm at right now. I'm in a full-term lease here in a 4-bedroom house. I'm sitting up here in a loft in a gated guarded community in the Philippine province. I'm not in the city. I'm in a province. So, and then we can go into money matters and all that other stuff as we go into the conversation. So that's going to lead into StyleKing Marco, our guest today, and our co-host, and what his progress has been as a solo traveler, not necessarily doing the LDR thing, but jumping around to different countries and trying to find a good Latina woman, and seeing where he wants to actually start establishing roots in the future.
Yeah, man. What's going on? Thank y'all for having me on the show.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I thought it would be a good topic, especially with a lot of people moving around. It's a lot of different kinds of guys that are in the space that do a lot of different kinds of things, and we all kind of get bunched together as like one type of person, which is something that I encountered actually traveling with people in those countries. They kind of look at you that way, and people on the internet. There's just so much going on. So I kind of like to make a little bit of a distinction when it comes down to the type of things that will happen and what to expect when you see a foreigner or yourself or whatever. You know, it's just so many different ways that you can slice a pie. So I just want to, me. So like what you were saying about the travel thing, like I'm looking for a place. I want to do something like what you got going on, Ronin. Like I want to find somewhere to settle. So it's just when you start traveling, sometimes it gets a little addicting. I didn't expect that aspect of it.
Right.
Like when I started traveling, I started going to Dominican Republic. I thought that I was going to settle in the Dominican Republic. I thought I was going to get me an apartment or a little house or something, and I was going to be living there. And so I was going all in on it. Had a couple of relationships, and I was looking for real estate, and I was doing all that, and I was there for about 4 or 5 months maybe. And then I don't know, it just got to the point where I was like, maybe it's something better for me. And I was talking to BMT about it, and he said, you should just, travel to other places, and then if you don't like the other places, you can always come back. So I said, wow, okay. I do realize that I do spend a lot more money bouncing from place to place. But I like to stay places for months at a time, but at the same time, it's costly when you're always trying to discover new things and you don't know the price points, you don't know where you should go or what's the cheaper way to do this. So you kind of end up losing a lot of money that way, but I think it's worth the journey for me at this point. I do like it. I've got it down to a couple of countries right now. Between Ecuador.
What's your list? Yeah, what's your list?
Right now, it's between Ecuador and Paraguay.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
those are two numbers. I mean, those are two countries right now. Ain't nobody talking about that much on a regular basis.
Nobody visits.
The top 4, top 5. That ain't in that list.
Yeah, people are scared to visit those countries though. So. I think to me that's one of the reasons why they're probably doing so well, because they don't have a lot of tourism especially from us. So it's not that.
Wait now. What do you mean by us? Are you talking about brothers? Or are you just talking about Americans?
United States citizens.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like when I was in Dominican Republic, I could, you can tell the influence that we have, because I mean, when you just say brothers, like that is it's gonna be a small impact, of course, but it's not enough for it to change a whole nother culture that much. But like in the Dominican Republic, it's a lot of tourism from the United States due to its proximity. So I feel like it is a lot more that can change versus somewhere like Paraguay, or people scared to go to Ecuador, so they don't have that much of a problem with that. But like Colombia, they got a lot of tourism where you can tell, like if you tell somebody that you're from the United States, then they automatically have a concept of you before you even get a chance to prove them right or wrong about the concept that they have.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go into Fearless. Go ahead and kind of like clean up what you didn't touch on. Obviously, everybody knows your wife's beautiful woman, very sweet disposition, very feminine. Like I said, her live that she had with the other Dominican woman was beautiful. Beautiful example of how two women can have a great conversation and not get ratchet, not get anything. But go ahead and speak on your direction and what got you into wanting to look abroad and find a wife.
I had always traveled abroad. I think my first one was a cruise, actually, with me and my brother. Went to Jamaica, and I got the bug then. And then I dated a girl who was in the Peace Corps, who went to the Marshall Islands. Yeah, I went all the way I was in the Pacific then. So that was, started in Hawaii and just started moving west. So New Zealand, Tahiti, all of those places, Marshall Islands, Micronesia. So I thought for real, I was going to get me one of them ladies, man. Cause I was like, man, they wasn't like the Asian, but they was like American. I was like, this is where I'm going. But, that was way out in the drop in the sea. You ain't see no brothers out there. So, but that was a little different. Once you got out there, you wasn't moving. You had to have a reason to come back home. So I had just been traveling. And so the DR was just a location. I had done some work in the DR. And I didn't meet my wife at that time. We kind of just skipped and kind of met on the internet and talked. So we was talking every day, and I was like, man, I just got back from there. I ain't going back no time soon. So we talked like every day for 6 months. And I was like, all right, here I come. So when I got there, it was we just had hooked up, but I was staying 6 weeks, 8 weeks at a time. But I was always, I had traveled to DR many times, and I wasn't really looking for anything concrete. I was just jumping from city to city, place to place. And, then we kind of got a connection. So after going there about 3 years, I was still like, well, I'm just chilling. I'm going back and forth. And as she told you on the live, she popped a question to me. She was like, look.
I love it.
She said, I'm getting too old. I can't be playing this game. If you're trying to play this game, I'm going to ask you. You can say no. And then, I got to cut all ties. Wow. But during that, yeah, she's like, I can understand, I'm wasting time, as they say to the little one, you either got to shit or get off the pot. So either wasting time or you got to do something different. But during that time, there was a lot of vetting, testing, seeing what was going on. I'm not staying in no lavish place. I'm getting like a small apartment. All right, how's that going to work? You're going to cook for me. You're going to do these things. Because she had a car, so we drive around. When you first go somewhere with anyone, you're living like that resort lifestyle. Like, oh, let's go to this all-inclusive resort. And that's fine when you're going for a few days, a week. But if you're trying to stay 8 weeks, you're not staying in the resort. You're not eating out every day. That gets monotonous. So then you get to see, all right, how we really going to behave when we're here. So she had popped a question, and that was like, oh, man, all right. So how's this going to be? It's always great when you're here, but how's it going to be when you adjust to United States? But I think what happened was, she was really grounded. Her mom always had come here before, so they had family here. But you always want to see how somebody is going to react or how's that going to change. And I still, even though she says she didn't change, she still changed, not in a bad way, but I think in her country, and her mom is still this way, somewhat real passive. Like when I told you she went to go get the passport for the little one, and they just, they're like, yes, we close at 4, but it's 3. And so we wrapping things up. She's like, nah, yeah, I used to work for the government. Y'all close at 4. I'm here at 3. Y'all don't stop things till 3:20. Let's get it in. So I think that her seeing me not really taking no for answers, or because that's what she says she's attracted to, the fact that it's like, man, you always stand on your ground. You just don't take no. You like very assertive. So those things kind of changed. And I think that kind of bumped head, with the family when she gets there, because the mom, the whole women of the family are just whatever someone says, that's just how it goes. You don't ruffle any feathers. But so those things were very different, from that and coming here. But staying there, even when I would go, oh man, I told you, I almost had it out with the dude for the rental car place, man. Some things you just think should be stated aren't stated. Example, I rented a car when I first got there. We went down there for 2 months this summer. I rented a car from one place, but they didn't have a carport where I needed to go. DR really ain't a minute. It matters where you go, Uncle Krusty, and then I'll get back. It matters where you go. If you're going to DR, Punta Cana, those places, they're accustomed to it. But if you're going where there's no tourists, it's not even like that. They have no concept. When you go to Jarabacoa and you go to Constanza and Mocha, it's no concept of tourism. Even when I went to Jarabacoa and we were asking, where do most of the people come from? And they're like, oh, they come from DR. There's a lot of places that's out that people have a lot of money, and they'll get, because one place we were looking at is in the country. You get wealthy people in the city that buy a place that's outside I wouldn't say the country, just in the campo, just not in a major city. But back to my story. So I rent a car. First experience, great. I see another one online. I go to rent. I get there, and he's like, say the car rental is only $25 a day. I'm good with that. When you get there to rent, he's like, oh, you got to get the insurance. I was like, nah, I have my insurance. No, there's another mandatory insurance you have to get. Well, that's not on anything, and I've already paid in advance. The mandatory insurance is more than what the car rental is. So the mandatory insurance is like $50 a day. So I'm like,
about the ones that's at the airport?
Yeah, but
yeah.
I'm like, Brett, that's not how it is. Oh no, it's this mandatory one that you have to do. It was so bad that when I called the rental place, like say Expedia or something, they're like, sir, that's not true. I'm looking at the contract. That's not on there. That's not it. And the guy's like, oh, that's it. He can't get no. So it was so crazy just during this one. It so happened that when I dropped my previous rental car off, I had them take me to the new place. And the only reason was they just didn't have a car in Santiago that I wanted to go to, because I was leaving out of Santiago in a week and I didn't want to have to drive back. I just happened to keep their key, and they had to come back and get their key. And I was like, bruh, you might as well just put my stuff right back on your truck, because I'm going with this key and I'm going to get the car again. But those little games that they play as a foreigner, you never know. Because if I didn't have a different way out, I'd have been stuck. If I came there with my family and I'm trying to rent a car and they're like, I'm sorry, you can't unless you do this, I would have had no other option to do anything. And that's what they know. They know that they can take advantage of you in that sense because you don't have another option. Whereas someone who lives there, that's why I say you have to have someone who lives there who can navigate how that system goes, how the real prices are, because you're going to get hit. And I'm glad there's Uber, but before there was Uber, guys, there was just taxis. I used to get in the car. The wife used to say, don't say nothing.
Yeah.
Say one word. Nothing come out your mouth.
See, let's be real. You're in the DR. You light skin. You light bright, as they say. You can get away with it more so if you don't say anything. You just let your wife talk. Some of these brothers that are listening to us can't get away with that. They already know on sight that they not from here,
and they see it. And there's just things that you think. This is universal, not just Dominican Republic. Your expectations would be, if I got into a cab in the United States, the price for me and the price for you or whomever is going to be the same. They're going to turn the meter on. It's going to be that. No. If I go to the store, if I go get some fruit, wherever, the price for whatever I'm paying is going to be what the price is. That's not how it happens anywhere overseas. Your price is dictated by how much they think you can pay. Think you can pay. And the price may be different from everyone. The gentleman that I showed you before, about the taxi, they gonna gouge you, man. I had a group of guys when we were over in Santo Domingo. We were going to Zona Colonial. It was 200 pesos to get there, $5 or something crazy like that. And so their thing was, it's going to cost about 200 pesos to get back. They didn't ask the price. They just held the taxi and got in. Dude was like $50. $50. Bruh, you went from $4 to $50? Nothing they could do. I said, y'all stuck, man. Y'all didn't ask the price, and now he gonna gouge you, and he know he can. And so those are the expectations that you think that everything is fair, that there's some type of here we put a price or a process. The process becomes the same for everyone. It's not like that. The process is dependent on how much you think you can pay, how much you look like you can pay, what your accent is. All of those things determine a price point as to when you get something. So, that's the ridiculous part. And even going to get something as simple as the internet, you would think, oh man, I'm sorry. Before I get to the internet, you had a situation, Ronin, and I'm sorry to take up time. You had a situation that I think people don't deal with. When you go to a country, a lot of your guys, y'all stay in a hotel, stay in an Airbnb or something, somewhere out, hotel. My internet always working. My electricity is on 24 hours a day. I got the AC, all of that. And when you go live somewhere, different barrios have what they call blackout times. That means a certain time of day, ain't no electricity.
It's happening right. It was happening right before this live, bro. I went through a blackout. I had to actually plug up my router to a portable generator I had shipped over here way before I even left the United States.
Yep.
I thought ahead of certain things I needed. And so I had a small mini portable generator sent over here with solar panels to our parents' house because I knew there were going to be blackouts. And there's certain things I needed to have working, at least to entertain me while, the blackout was happening. So I sent over a little solar generator that I have right here under this desk. And I actually have that plugged up to my router. So if I go dead, because it's already happened this morning, it went dead 45 minutes before we went live. So I was going to have to do this from my phone. So it flipped back on not more than 15 minutes before the live was supposed to happen. So if it goes out again, I might blink out, but I'll come back on my phone. But yeah, unplanned blackouts, unplanned internet shutdowns. I mean, it happens out here in the province more so than it does in some of the bigger cities. But yeah, in the province, sometimes you just don't know when it's going to happen. And they try to plan it out and tell you when it's going to happen. We just had a big thunderstorm last night and power went out again last night. So you just never know when it's going to hit you in certain areas.
Correct.
You're absolutely right.
So, those are the worst things that you think, oh man, how can the power just go out? You might be on the internet, you might be at work, and it's gone. And that's just how it is. And so your expectations that you should always have some electricity or you should always have something is crazy. But those are the bad things. The great things I like, oh man. I think somebody said you got to speak the language, which is good. The great things I like is you can be at home. You know how you got like Uber Eats, man, they got the grocery store to be like a block away. You can call them and be like, I just need a soda, man. By the time you hung up that phone, some dude is on a little motorcycle and he bringing you something to drink. He bringing you a snack. He bringing you a beer. You ain't have to leave the door. Those things, man, you can't get. Those are the best things in the world that you can get. That you can get immediate service like that. So any type of manual work, you can get it on manual work. Oh, you need your car washed? Oh man, I had a car detailed out for like $5. So that's the great part of it. But I won't hold it up. I'm gonna hear y'all stories.
Shit, I would say pretty much the same thing. Definitely those experiences that you brought back a little flashback for me with that rent-a-car story. I think I was in Santo Domingo, and I tried that like before I left the United States. Just along the same lines. I was like, okay, I'm gonna rent a car for a month. So I went online and I booked the car. I had my flight and all that set up. So I'm like, okay, cool. When I get there, I'm gonna get the truck, and then I'm gonna go to my Airbnb. So I'm like, oh, it's gonna be smooth, right? And that was so rough. So when I come out the airport, you know, they got a million guys. Hey, taxi. I'm like,
oh my God, that's the insane part right there.
Oh yeah. You gotta. That's the shark. The sharks are waiting for you right there as soon as you walk out the door. So I tell the guy, like, I'm about to just go over to this rent-a-car place. You know where it's at? He's like, yeah. He's like, but you don't. He was saying like, you don't want to go there though. And I was like, what? Yes, I do. Like, I got a car waiting on me. And then he was like, nah, you probably do have a car, but you don't want to get that car. He was like, I'm telling you, I promise you.
No, you don't want that car.
He's like, I know. Yeah, he's like, I know a place where you can get a rent-a-car that's real close. But you know, like, it was like probably my third trip to DR, so I was still kind of like, I don't want to just ride off with you to a place that I wasn't planning on going. So I'm like, take me to the rent-a-car place, man. Stop playing. So he takes me to the rent-a-car place. Same thing. He said, Fearless said. He said, I get in there. They like, nah, man. And then keep in mind, I'm renting a car for a month. So I was already, I can't remember how much it cost, but it wasn't super cheap because it's a month. Mm-hmm. So they, like you said, they tried to charge me double that for the car. Just to, they wanted to put it on my credit card. And I'm like, nah. So I go back outside. I'm like, yeah, you was right. They crazy. What the fuck? And he's like, yeah, that's normal. They do that at these, because it was like a Americanized type of rent-a-car place. It wasn't like the local spot. Mm-hmm. So I go to the local spot around the corner and I rent the car. I think instead of putting like an extra $1,200 down, I put like an extra $200 or $300 down, and I got the car for a month. So that was cool. But they still, they still had their little ways about them though, little shady little things, like a little scratch on the car came up and they want to charge me an extra couple $100 for that. I'm like, man, we can buff that out. Like, what are you doing? But yeah,
he said we can buff that out real quick.
I wasn't even sure it happened with me, but so now I'm like extra careful when I do get a rental.
Oh, you videotape that, man.
Yeah.
I take it.
Oh yeah, you got a video and a walk around, bro.
Yeah. When I was in Cali, I made sure to videotape everything about the car. So I don't have those issues anymore. So yeah.
So I think LJ got a question. How much should you reckon someone should how much before transitioning overseas? So you went overseas. A recon should someone do before transitioning overseas? A lot. In this
yeah. You
every
should.
Question you think you want to have. Medical. Your banking, how you gonna get your money? Because I know a guy that lives there now, but he's retired. He can't get his direct check there. If his direct check comes there, then he has to start paying taxes. So he has this place that he's living in. It's not Ohio. He's living in a tax-free place. So the money comes there as a deposit, and then he has to get it like Western Union to him. And then he was there one time where they were like, well, why you keep getting all these Western Unions? Like they have a limit. I didn't know that there's a limit on the number of Western Unions you can get. Like them girls that say it, like they can't go every day. Like they can go and pick up so much Western Union and they can't keep doing it. There's a limit on it. And I'll look that up. But all the things you think you need, your cell phone. You're going to get a local phone there. What kind of monthly thing you going to get? Food. They're going to have your food. You a vegan. They might be like vegan. They don't really, some places don't even understand vegan. Like, you don't eat meat. Like, they'll give you meat because they might think like, well, this really ain't meat. This is just chicharron. Like they just don't say it the way you see it. Like, nah, I'm a vegan. A lot of places, unless you go to like a resort, they don't see it the way, we do that. Even another thing that, like if you wanted to work there in DR, they get an extra paycheck. So if you hire somebody, like you hire them and they working there, it's December, you got to pay them twice. And you might be like, man, what you mean I got to pay you twice? Nah, that's
holiday
the law.
pay, all kind of things. You got to cover their insurance. Philippines is similar to that as well.
One thing is like hot water. If if you're staying somewhere in a hotel or something, you'll get it. But if you're trying to rent a place, that might not have hot water if it's not modernized or if it's not catered to Americans. So all those little places, you got to think. In my mind, I would always say, if something goes wrong, if I can answer those questions, if something goes wrong, whether it's my money, my finances, my health, something like that, if I can answer those questions, then I should be fine. So those are the things you really got to think of, because you don't want to be in a situation over there where, something happened to you medically and they taking you to the public hospital or something. And you like, and you're insured, because here's the thing, brother, over there, they don't play that. You will not get released from that hospital unless you pay them. They like, you ain't going home. You're not leaving here. We got everything. Until you pay that bill, you're not going nowhere. So you have to make sure that, your medical and things are taken care of so that you don't find yourself in those situations, because the laws are different. You think, oh man, I can file a bankruptcy on my, brother, ain't no bankruptcy. You gonna pay this money one way or the other. Another thing is crazy. I told, just in laws in general, I told you, I think my wife was telling that, she has a place that she rents, her house over there, condo apartment. Well, unfortunately, there's a husband who worked at the grocery store. Him and his wife also had a fruit stand that they would do. Well, unfortunately, there was a truck going the opposite way down the street when he was in the morning getting his fruit, hit him and killed him. And I was like, so what happens to him? Like, oh, she's like nothing. I was like, what do you mean? Hold up. Like, he don't get arrested? No, they just view that as like an accident. I'm like, no, he went the wrong way on the road and he killed somebody. Yeah, they don't view it like there's no vehicular homicide.
No,
so
it's not.
Anybody from just driving any way and killing anybody. Like, if you don't have no money, unless you're somebody who is of high status and has a lot of money, nothing. I was like, wow, that's deep. That's deep. Man, my health, they was held hostage for 100. Yeah, hostage at 127 a night. Boy, I know they don't play that.
Yeah. So in these foreign countries, there are certain things you have to prep yourself for when you first get there. So my experience coming here from America, knowing that I was going to stay. Now, StyleKing, you packed a certain way, I'm sure, knowing that you were going to stay for 30 days, maybe 60 days. And obviously, you're going to have the lady come in, do laundry. You're going to take it somewhere to get cleaned. And this is what I started off with. That's my life right there. After I packed up my house, sold everything that was big so I could keep a small storage unit for the things I really wanted to keep when I came back to the United States, those 3 bags, and really it's 2 bags in that backpack, because the other container on the left, that's all my podcasting gear. That's all my electronics in that Pelican container right there. But everything else, didn't bring a lot of shoes. Brought shoes that were going to be feasible. Clothes that I was going to be able to get away with for a certain amount of time. My toiletries that I knew I wasn't going to be able to get necessarily right off the bat. Okay. That's my life. So now you got to boil down everything that you think you need as far as resources, as far as what your comfort things are, into that. If you don't want to pay a hell of a lot more per bag and by weight,
Yeah.
for other things, because you're a solo traveler now. You don't get the benefit of having somebody else with you and getting their weight class too, because you can move things around all the bags. See, if you got more people, once you buy that seat, you get extra weight. This is just me.
Now, if you got a woman with you, shit, she gonna take
Right.
up some of your
Now, I
stuff.
got around some things, and I was giving favor because that big backpack, that shit weighs some poundage, and they would do while I was checking in my other bags, they hooked me up and did a bag check claim on my backpack as if I was at the door and it just wouldn't fit. So I didn't get charged for that extra bag. So that backpack actually went under the plane, and I don't know how I did it. The stewardesses and people behind the counter always just took it as, we'll just check it for you, no big deal.
Nice. People don't understand the feeling of having.
Yeah, you literally have to think about what you need to take with you, the bare bones minimum of what your comfort zone is and what your comfort levels are going to be. By the way, that's my first Airbnb. So my first 30 days in, I stayed in BGC, which is a very accommodating city, high-end everything. I didn't stay, I'm bougie. So I stayed in a high-end area. Literally, I could ride the elevator down from where I was in that condo, walk outside, walk downstairs, one floor, or take an escalator downstairs, walk underneath the city street, and right into a mall. A 5-story mall that was right across the street. So first things first is figuring out how much you need to take with you. And then figuring out how you're going to get it in bags that are not going to cost you an arm and a leg for weight to even get out of the country with it if you're going to plan on staying for a long period of time. But that was my luggage, just to give you an idea.
I'm trying to find something to answer a person's question on here, so give me 2 seconds. I'm listening.
Which question was?
I'll get to it. Let me see if I can send this over and it comes. I think it did.
Let me piggyback off that. So my last.
Now remember, I sent a box ahead of time too, and I matter of fact, I sent that box. I told you I got the generator. I sent that box 3 months prior on a ship.
Ah, that's smart.
Because they have what they call a Bakla, it begins with a B, some kind of shipping where for $165, it doesn't matter how much weight it is, they'll ship it over here in a shipping container and it doesn't get inspected. So you
can't put a car in there, can you?
Nah, you can't ship a car. But if I do my SRV, I'll get a $7,000 leeway to ship other things over here without any charge. But initially, I pre-planned what I was going to need, and I sent that over in a box to her family's house. So obviously, I had to have enough faith in her and her family that whatever I sent over there, I was going to be able to get what I needed for myself out of that box. Besides for some of the things I sent her. But go ahead.
When you traveling like that, sometimes you just gotta gamble. It's gonna be a chance. When you put your bag under that plane, it might not come back the same. You never know.
You're right about that. It could disappear.
Yep.
AirPods are necessary so you can track your shit, because it could go on a whole nother plane somewhere else.
We never found our car seat. just never found it.
Are you sleep?
Oh yeah,
the whole car seat.
The whole car seat. It was gone. Never found it. And then I had to fight with them with the airport to try to say, how much they was wanting to pay me. I had to go
for the car seat.
Yeah. So, man, you sent me this, Ronin. I'm gonna see if I can find it, but I don't know. Let's see.
How about going on a home instead of renting and starting a business, and which else? So
hold up, that's what I'm gonna go to if I can.
Right, but I'm gonna show you what I'm living in right now.
This
is the final location where I'm at now. I'm in a house in a gated guarded community.
That's nice.
And this is a 4-bedroom house, and the reason I chose this house, one, is because my girl just saw there was a house down the street on the same block on the corner, 2-bedroom, similar to this one. And the rent was right for the lease. And I was already guaranteeing a year-long lease. And the minute we were going to do the final walkthrough. Her father and her did the initial walkthrough. I wanted to see the place, so I went for the final walkthrough. The minute we went for the final walkthrough, all of a sudden the price just changed. Now, it was affordable, which means I was just throwing back at the realtor, look, I don't like the fact that they're going back. The realtor didn't like it because it was going against his word. So the owner felt some stress a little bit, but I was willing to pay the up. I didn't give a fuck. It was still a great price for a house that was in that community. So I was going to go ahead and do it. But at that point, the owner had cut off all ties to the realtor because the realtor was pissed. So I wound up having to pay more for this house than I would have in the same development for a house with 2 bedrooms instead of 4 bedrooms. But that's when my lady started seeing that, oh my God, yeah, the foreigner price is real. And she started seeing it. She was like, no. I need to start doing a lot of this shit way beforehand. I said, yeah, you do. You know, the minute they hear me speak English, the minute they see my mannerisms and everything else, they're going to run me up. You know, but where I got this house from was a Navy guy. This Navy guy is a retired officer. He's an engineer. He helps build a lot of the high-end resorts and hotels all over the world. And that's his wife on the left-hand side. So, and the realtor is sitting there grinning like, yeah, I got paid.
You getting paid. Yeah.
You get paid on that thing every month. So, at the end of the day, yeah, you do have to find somebody that's trustworthy so that you don't get those foreigner prices run up on you, like Firdaus was saying. But to answer your question, depending on what state or what country you're in, everything has different rules. I mean, obviously, I can lease a property. I can buy a condo as long as there's more than 50% occupancy. And a lot of these condos here in the Philippines, you can't own land unless you're married to a local. You know, you can have a deed where it says I can lease this land for 50 to 99 years with an option to renew after 50 to 99 years and build on that. And then hopefully the person you got the lease deed with is somebody you're married to, not somebody that, you know, might have some off family, because sometimes this land is deeded to 15 kids. So finding a real owner and having all of them sign the deed to actually own the land, it's a whole freaking process, especially in the Philippines.
And after 50 years, they done had kids. They had kids.
They done had kids. Agreements fall out. Those people you had the agreement with are dead. Blah 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 blah. So it's a big chance if you're not married to the Filipina or the person that whatever country you're in, that's part of the ownership. But the way you protect yourself is you can have 2 deeds: deed to the land, deed to the house. You can own the house, can't own the land. That's how you get around protection on yourself. So there's certain things you have to understand about the laws in those countries. But go ahead. I know, Firdaus, you were going to go ahead and address it.
I'm going to share this. This is a little longer, guys, but I think this goes to his question about this. So it's about 2 minutes. So let's hear what my man has to say. This is what you sent me, Ronin.
Some of these YouTubers need to stop telling people to come to Africa. The locals coordinated because they noticed our movement. So they were watching the videos and they were aware of the trend to come to Africa for African Americans. And so they raised the price on housing and on everything, business services, everything. I mean, they moved in an organized way. I don't think a lot of people realize that about what happened in this movement. I don't want to say failed movement because some people made it work. I'll just kind of go on a tangent and say, I don't think everyone should come to Africa. I don't think every African American should come to Africa.
The amount of corruption and bribery needed just to register a business, we're talking $10,000 land surveys for 5 acres. We're talking $6,000 business registration process. And the sad thing is some people were happy. They were agreeing with it. They were finally free to be how they were. So when you went into government offices, there was a very different energy. There was this, I'm going to cheat you and you're going to like it energy. And we all felt it, and you couldn't say anything about it. There was a lot going on in those offices. I've gotten into trouble in those offices for calling out certain things, calling out corruption. I've been in trouble for that. I don't know if some of you who know me know that I've been in a Tanzanian jail 3 times because of certain things. One was firing somebody who didn't want to work. Another one was you just can't call out corruption. You got to act like it doesn't exist and play some mind game. And that's not how some people operate. That's compromising. It's a fine line, and it's a tiptoe eggshell sort of dance you have to do there. And I don't think a lot of people want to do that. I fell into the trap of thinking that it was, my job to stay and push and push and push and push against something that was done. And I poured more time and more energy and more resources into projects that were not going to succeed at that point. I made the mistake of feeling obligated to something that no longer had the favor of God on it. And unfortunately, many others made the same mistake.
Some of these YouTubers need to stop telling people
that's kind of answering your question a little bit, that you have to know that some of these places overseas run off of corruption. They run off of corruption. You go to some of these Latin American countries during Christmas, you're gonna get stopped a lot because they just feel, we're gonna write you a ticket, but instead of that ticket, you can give me $10. That's just how it is. And as much as you might say that's wrong, that's this, like this gentleman said, you can either spend all your time trying to fight up against it, or just you just charge it to the game and say that's just how it is. Even starting businesses, and they're finding that out in Sosua. The people who pay when a big place comes in, they pay a little more money, and they say we want it cleaned up, and now everybody gets rated. Before, those same people were buttering the hands of those police officers, and that never happened to them. But when it comes time and somebody else got a little bit bigger pocket than you and pay a little bit more money, it's going to work out that way. Now, I know we're talking about all the bad things. Now, I want to talk about a few of the great things that I've seen when I've gone there, like the expectation. Usually, wife always waits to get any type of physical or to go to the doctor when we go there. And I tell you why. Like, I went to my doctor, and I'm telling you, my physical, man, it was like in and out, 15 minutes. All right, go to the next thing, get some blood drawn, and then I'm going to send you something. And that's just how it was. When I go there, it's like thoroughly, man. The woman got the sonograph. She was like looking at my kidneys, looking all over, oh, do you have any stones? How's your thyroid? You really get it. It did not seem it was trying to rush you in and out when you were trying to get a procedure done. It was like, we really looking for the root cause, how we can help you out, how you can get better. And that's what I really liked. It wasn't, just trying to shove you in, shove you out. It was taking some time to really talk to you about your medical. You need something from the pharmacy, here you would have to go to, and I hated it. I remember a friend of mine when I was doing CrossFit, he's like, oh man, you should do TRT. You at the age where you should do TRT. So I looked into it. I was like, oh man, I maybe test, TRT. I'll look into that. The scam was this. You had to go to the doctor every time to get a shot. I was like, what the hell? So you were going there 4 times a month, every week. So you wasn't paying for the shot. So when I looked at the medication, I was like, whatever steroid they was using, the vial of steroid would be like $250 for 10 weeks. So basically that's $25 if you're doing it every time. But for the doctor, the nurse, and whomever to give you the shot, that was the $150. That's what you was paying. You was paying for you to go in there, take your clothes off, and him to plunge you. I was like, oh, hell no. Oh, but we do the blood work. We do this. It's like, man, this is just, I'm really just paying for an office visit. That's really all I'm paying for. And when you go to like DR, I know BMT had asked me, I said, oh man, why don't you just go to the same? Because the doctor was going to prescribe me something. I was just like, I'm cool right now. I don't want to get on anything because we're going to have children and it can mess up, your children. I said, but this same thing, this vial, go here. It's going to cost you $80. It's going to last for 3 months. The only thing you're going to have to do is either do it yourself or you can go to the doctor and they're going to charge you $25 to inject you. What you would have been paying $1,000 for, you down about $150. So I love those things that it does not require. Even when I want to get some type of prescription, you just can't go and get a prescription. You have to go see a doctor, then he has to do this. In other countries, the pharmacy is not really connected to the medical, meaning the pharmacies are independent. So you can say, I just need this. And you go there and get it. Not even an issue. So in the medical facilities, I love that you can go somewhere and say, I want this treatment. I've wanted things here. And it's like, well, we can't do it without a doctor's recommendation. I'm like, well, I'm paying out of pocket. Yeah, but you need your doctor to do it. And then the price that you would pay, like if you wanted to pay cash, is different than what they're going to charge the insurance company. Right. I've had it before where it's like,
take it from me, I'm an insurance guy. He's absolutely right. So what they run to the insurance company for a fee is different because insurance companies have what? Lawyers to negotiate fees with hospitals and doctors. There are known set fees. There's historical data they can use in order to set a price. Mm-hmm. When they charge you directly in the United States, they can run up the number because you have no idea what the real price is. Correct. And being somebody that used to be in the medical industry and sell pharmaceuticals and medical supplies before I got into the insurance game, 35% was a minimum I would put on a lot of things. So you're paying 35 plus upcharge on any cost that I was selling something for.
So when I've gone there, man, we've actually waited. Like she waited to get her sonogram and things like that when we were down there, and it's just a whole different aspect where here we disguise it by giving you medication to try to make you feel better. Where I think in other countries they look at, let's try to get the root cause and see what we can do to get you better. So those expectations were really, really great to say, oh man, I'm really getting healthy. I can, get into something to really get healthy. Food in the United States, it's much easier for me to buy fast food, quick food. I can go to the dollar menu. I don't even know if it's a dollar menu now, but I can, the burger, all of that, real cheap. If I want to get fruit, it's like a crazy price. So anytime you want to eat healthy or more nutritious, it's going to cost you more in the United States. But that fruit and things there, I mean, there's so much fruit. They just kind of even throw it away.
They just pull it off the tree. What the hell are you talking about, man? I done had so much fruit given to me. Her parents are really good. They feed us more than my girl can even cook. By the time she even thinks about cooking something, her mom and dad are bringing something over. They already cooked, man. I swear to God, I eat so many healthy soups and vegetables and fruits. Let me answer this question real quick from Drew. One thing I think the panel has missed is making sure that you notify your banks and financial institutions of your travel plans before you leave. He's absolutely right. We are going to go into the financial side of it, but we can go ahead and hit on it now. My bank keeps me on a calendar. I can't even let my bank know. And my bank already knows I live here in the Philippines. But every 30 days, when it comes to my cards, I have to update them that I'm still here in the Philippines. Every 30 days. That's Navy Fed standard. You can only book yourself being on travel every 30 days. So they won't even let you go 3, 6, 8 months and just be all casual with your cards. So I have to notify them, yes, I'm still here in the Philippines, and I need to extend the usage of my cards in this country. I also use Wise to transition money, PayPal to transition money to send to myself. The things you got to look out for those are exchange rates. Like PayPal is giving a piss ass exchange rate for the Philippine peso. You know, right now it's about 56, 57 pesos per dollar. They're giving you maybe 52, 53 when you send money. Whereas Wise is giving you close to what the exchange rate is, which right now I think the last time I sent money to myself was 56 exchange on every dollar I sent over here. And the nice thing with Wise is you can send right into a Gcash. They have Gcash here in the Philippines. And Gcash is a 1-for-1 exchange for the peso. So a lot of Filipinos use Gcash when they're over here, which is basically like a Bitcoin. It's not tangible money. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, electronic exchange for peso. And so they use that a lot on off of their cards instead of pulling out thousands of pesos to make payments. They'll use Gcash. But yeah, you got to pay attention to your banks, your credit cards, let them know you're traveling and that you are constantly updating them, that you still have your cards in hand.
That don't matter about that, brother. I told you, it was in Bogota.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can show this. This says your credit card ending in this. Don't worry, because I don't cancel that one. Was declined at this place. I didn't make that charge.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody tried to take a picture of my credit card and put it on their iPay, Apple Pay. And so make sure anytime you go, I always, not only because your bank can know, they just put it on there. I make sure that I always have an MFA for any charge over so much that I get a text alert to let me know that there was something charged on that phone or if there's some suspicious behavior. And that's why they declined it. They was like, this is some suspicious behavior. And they text out to say, hey, did you make this charge? We declined it. If you made it, we'll give it back to you. It's like, hell no, I ain't make that charge. What the hell? And I went on and I started looking, at the thing. And I was like, iPhone? I don't even got an iPhone. But those little things, if you don't do, catch up. And that's the one thing. Look, on a credit card, at least, you can always claim fraudulent. Do not take that ATM card with you when you go on somewhere, because they can take your money and you don't get it back. Once they get the money from your bank, it ain't secure like your credit cards. That's why I always just make sure I'm paying everything on credit card. If there's a suspicious charge, I can say, hey, that's fraudulent. Y'all can investigate it. Like with this, they would have got me. They was trying to go out, man. They was trying to hit KFC, some shoes. I was like, man,
they were about to run you up.
Yeah, they was trying to, and I was like, nope. And I'm secure with mine, but that's why I like in some places they'll take your card, and I like them to bring the machine out to me. Like, nah, bring me that machine. Let me go ahead and charge, because you don't know when your card disappears. What happens to it or who it goes to. So you have to be real careful with that, guys, and that finance.
But for me, I like to use cash most of the time, like 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I will go to like an ATM to get the cash, but like if I'm going to a restaurant, shopping, buying anything, from what I've learned, I just use cash. And like from my last trip to South America, I stayed for 6 months. So that was my longest stretch so far. And what I learned from that trip is that I need to have multiple debit cards, because I already have like multiple bank accounts and multiple banks, but I only had one debit card for a checking account. And once I had a problem with that, so the problem I had was Rappi. Well, a couple of companies was like charging me for stuff I wasn't doing. And then, but Rappi was like the main one that was charging me like every other day for something. I guess the corporate people was buying lunch for themselves or something.
Are you serious?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, y'all pay attention for your Rappi card, because I know a couple other shows have brought up Rappi and how reliable it is. You can actually send money to yourself through Rappi. Like there's a Rappi ATM, and they literally bring you your cash.
Yeah.
Be careful with those cards. And
no telling, because like I said, I was gone for 6 months, and like I was only only a couple of the countries I was in had Rappi. The other countries you had to use pedidos. So that's what made me notice it, because I wake up in the morning, I'm like, why the fuck it say Rappi? And I have they only got pedidos in like Ecuador, they use pedidos. In Paraguay, they use pedidos. But like when I was in Colombia, they use Rappi. And then Peru, they use Rappi. So I was like, what? Nah, that don't make sense. So then, but I couldn't cancel my card, because if you cancel your card,
you can't get it. Where they gonna mail it to?
Yeah, they're gonna mail it to exactly. They're not gonna mail it to where you at now. They're gonna mail it to your home address.
All right. So another thing, guys, this is what I do all the time, especially if I'm making those charges, like my Capital One, anything like that. My virtual card, I don't use that card. I go in and I get a virtual card, and I'll make it for that purchase. So on my virtual card, I can put the time that I don't want it. So if I say I'm gonna make a charge today, if you try to charge it tomorrow, it won't work, because I've locked it. It basically locks it. So make sure if you go somewhere, those cards. But like you said, if you are traveling, that's what people have to understand. And something happens to your card, I think, I don't want to bring him up. I can't remember the gentleman's name that we had on here that had that long story about his bank card getting taken. Neo. But that was one of the things that he was stating, that he couldn't get a new card because the new card wouldn't come to him. It would go to somewhere in the United States,
America, and he had to have it fast.
Yeah, then he had to try to have somebody get it to him. And it's like, all right, how do I get it to you? So he was stuck with no money, because it's not, let's like you, if that happened to you, it's not that you don't have money. It's just, do I cancel this card to protect my assets? And if I cancel it, what happens? So you might have to say, well, I got to go take as much out of the bank as I can. And then what happens?
That's why you need cards like Wise and some other things. Like Wise won't send you a card. You have a virtual card with Wise, but you can't actually get a card until you're overseas. If you're in America using Wise, they're never going to send you a card. Literally have to be overseas somewhere before they'll send you an actual hard copy card. Most of the time, you're either doing transactions virtually with your virtual card, or you've already converted it into some other card that they have locally in that country. They're not trying to even talk with your bank about anything. Once it hits their wall, they're pushing you somewhere else. They're not going to let you backtrack onto top of your shit so that you expose your bank. That's one thing I do like about Wise, is they will keep you separate from your bank. They won't give them direct access to your bank.
Somebody asked about having a Google Wallet or Apple Pay. I've done it when I'm in the States. I'm afraid to overseas, and here's why.
It's the same as your debit card, though. That's what I was gonna say.
Because once somebody gets that, it's crazy, and we think, oh man, my phone is protected, brother. The reason they steal phones in the United States is because when they take them over there, they know how to look.
Yeah,
those dudes know how to break into your phones, man.
They will break that, not only have access to your credit cards, but most likely you do virtual saves of all your passwords to access all your websites, your crypto wallets. All that stuff is saved in your phone. If you say, automatically ghost and save my passwords. There's a way you can go right into your settings and pull down all your passwords on your phone.
Yep. And that's what they want. They cleaning you out. So it's very tricky when you're using your phone over there, because we think, oh man, I've encrypted it. I've done something. And when my girl first came here, she wanted to keep her number. It's like, oh, I got my number, but I need a new phone. And so we took her phone. It was like a newer phone, a Samsung. Man, Man, they old then. That was like a Samsung 9 or something. We went in and they were like, yeah, we can't give you a phone number off of this phone. She's like, why not? This phone is locked. Now, it's locked in the United States, but it ain't locked in her country. Because once you report your phone stolen here in the United States, they put a lock on it. You can't do anything with it. That MIM code is done. That MIM code don't mean nothing overseas. Like she was, you just go to the store like I want a new phone, and they selling you a phone, but it was somebody else's phone that they cleaned out, they broke, and they've done all that. So those things you really, really have to be careful of. And that's how those guys, when they get scoped, by the time they get their phone, it's like, man, he done cleaned up my bank account. They done went through crypto. Because you always think, how did they get into these wallets? They go in and do it. That's what they're doing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And so, it gets very tricky with that. So you really have to be careful of the information that you keep on your phones, on your social media, things like that. It's that.
So like,
yeah, I have the ability to do that as well. I don't know if you guys do, but my bank allows me to switch on and switch off my card each time I make a transaction.
Yeah.
So the minute you make a transaction, it's already gone through. You can always have that extra option of switching off that card for any further charges until you're ready to use it again.
Yep, and that's the smartest thing. Locking that card or using a virtual card. So if you make purchases online, you don't want somebody to have access to your real card. So you can just say, I'm doing it for that specific purchase and cut it. So, that's what we go back to expectations and reality. What we think is worthless. If I'm walking at night, and that's how I know how safe a city is. If I see some females walking at night with their phone out, I'm like, okay, this is okay. When you see like a girl and she put her phone there or she threw it somewhere, tucked in, and you're not walking at night, it's because that phone, man, is 2 months' salary, 3 months' salary. So they'll happily steal your phone for that. And you think, man, well, you still, in the United States, like, I stole my phone. I just get another one. I just report it stolen or it got insurance on it. I dare they take it and do it. Your little gold chain that you like, man, this little gold chain, like this ain't nothing. Oh yeah, to them, they're gonna rip it off. Even if you wearing a fake gold chain, they don't know it's fake. You American, they think it's real. So your money expectations and their money expectations is entirely different. And you have to be very careful because what you look at is just a few dollars. They might be like, man, that's my whole 3 months paycheck. And it's not going to be an issue for them. What about cars? You ever thought about bringing a car over?
Well, I did, and I would, but I don't know if I'm gonna stay long enough to want to ship a car over here. So I'm actually trying to buy a car while I'm here. A used car that is going to be good enough to get around the island and then get me some content. And then I don't care if I leave it behind or not. It doesn't matter to me. $4 or $5 grand car. It's not a big deal for us, but it's a big deal to them, to have a car like that. But yeah, so that's the thing being in the province that I have to tell you. You have Grab, you have Uber. Everybody thinks that's always available. In America, it is. In some countries, it is. And some of these provinces, it is not. The most you'll have is a trike if you don't know how to ride a motorcycle. And I've never learned how to ride a motorcycle. So I can't go and rent a little, putt-putt motorcycle to get around town. You literally have to either get on a trike or her parents will take me somewhere or whatever, wherever we need to go. And that's fine for a point. But obviously, as a man, you want to establish your own resources and everything else. So getting into that conversation of resources, my first 30 days and why I decided to stay in BGC was, one, because I know in the Philippines, they have a VA structured system. So I got into the VA system. I let them know I was in the country, what the process was to get into VA health services. And then the embassy is right there also with the VA. So my first 30 days was establish my base and resources. A lot of guys are like, oh, you haven't ran out to see your girl? No, she knows I'm here, but that's not my whole point of being here. You, as a man, you need to take care of business first before you start getting into the pleasure of life. You know, so my first 30 days was not only to acclimate to the weather and the people, was also to establish my resources with the VA, the embassy, and figure out how to move around the Philippines without being in the military. You hear what I'm saying? So they don't have grab in the provinces, which is a little bit of a distraction. So instead of renting a car, I just want to go ahead and outright buy one. So that's what my focus is. So smash the Cash App, hit the super chats. Brother needs a little money. You know,
ain't nothing wrong with that. I need to pay child support, so help a brother out.
Hey, but Ron, what you were saying
so
about
what I'm saying is, get your mind straight about what your objective is. It can't always be about just a woman. As a man, you still need to be able to stand on your own 2 feet, 10 toes down in any country you go to. So that means establishing yourself in those countries. Okay.
Running the cities. So like even the major cities like Asuncion, Paraguay, like it's regions in this capital that is going to be very difficult for you to catch an Uber or any of that shit. Bolt. You can enter a neighborhood, and some of the neighborhoods are different. They got different kinds of neighborhoods. So you just gotta be aware of that. So, because I found myself being victim to that. Just
in some countries, as a foreigner, you don't want to drive. Even when I get a car, her dad is going to drive us most of the time in city, because they see you're a foreigner, you're American. And by the way, in the Philippines, you can black out your fucking windows as black as you want. They don't care. That's nice. And as an American or a foreigner, I would tell you to black the fuck out of your windows. Because if they know that you're a foreigner driving, they will make a point of trying to get in front of your car, do whatever means necessary to hold you responsible for damage or whatever, and they're going to run up the number for you. Because here, it's not like, oh, well, you can take me to small claims court. No. Police show up, you paying. You pay right. It's damn near extortion before you can get up out of there. Just like they extort you at the hospital, they will extort you on the street.
I've seen that. I've actually had a couple of incidents in Dominican Republic in Santo Domingo, but they were never bad situations, like stuff that I could just handle. You just handle it right there. Like
right.
Most of the time, it's not really a big deal because people are.
And ain't nobody say let's exchange insurance policies and we'll deal with them. Ain't none of that going on here, bro. So get that out your head.
Yeah. But in DR, you know, your insurance just covers your car. I think it's your car. Yeah, ain't no like, oh, I'm paying for their car. The insurance covers your car. So.
I ain't even think about none of that. I was just like,
and then that's real
I'm
hard.
Looking at my car, they look at their car.
I'm telling you, the insurance companies do not work like they work in America. Just because you have insurance, don't mean they're guaranteed to want to even pay out to you.
Oh no.
You're gonna have to argue with them. I'm an insurance guy. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You're gonna argue with any foreign insurance carrier when it comes to your cars and things that you got there locally. It's not going to be a payout.
I'm thinking about like bringing my car from here because like I'm having so much trouble like when I come back dealing with my car and getting it back running perfectly. It's always costing me thousands of dollars. So I'm like, well, if I'm gonna move, then I might as well just take it with me. But you gotta weigh the cost of that. Like, how much is it gonna cost you to ship it versus buying a whole car? So that's something that you just got to think about. Like you have to actually go through that, and I haven't went through it yet. And I'm also looking into buying.
Now, if you ship it over there, it's a high dollar item because a lot of people don't have access to that type of car. So even if you decide to dump it, you can probably get more than what it's worth once you get it over there. But it's just the point of, is it worth you paying that shipping fee? And then believe me, once it gets there, you're gonna have to pay under the table to the people at the docks to get it off the dock.
See, that's what one thing.
It's not going to go down easy.
That's one thing that's good about Paraguay. They got it. I Googled it. They say that they don't charge you like once you do your residency, then you can do like a time shipping of all your stuff.
Yeah, I get a $7,000
They're not
waiver.
giving you a tax. They're not taxing you.
Yeah, and Paraguay doesn't do tax once you become a resident. You don't pay tax on anything.
Yeah, you don't pay taxes at all. American dollars. If you're working here, you pay taxes.
No, I'm talking about Paraguay. Like Paraguay is like a tax haven though for businesses or whatever you do. So that's why a lot of people, like most of the people that I meet in Paraguay that are Americans or Western people, like Europeans, they're packed with like Europeans and Americans that come there to you, like Canadians, to use it for a tax haven. So that's something like a lot of people don't talk about, but I heard it when I was there. I heard that a million times. They're like, get your residency, because you're a businessman. You want to put your businesses in Paraguay. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's something that I'm working on right now, getting all that figured out.
Now, here's the good thing. I'm in Texas, man, and Texas has the highest property tax there is. I was telling the wife, she's like, I want to get this house and this other house.
Unless you're a veteran at 100% P&T, you ain't paying shit.
That's the only way you buy a house. And I was like, look, when I can get out of this, I'm getting out, because even at this point, I was listening to Anton Daniels, and I think he had it so incorrect on something he was talking about, because he was saying, they were talking about supplies, and then the president wants to lower the interest rate, and that should solve the problem. I was like, no, that's not going to solve the problem. When you lower the interest rate, the houses that are already artificially high, people are going to be like, well, I'm going to charge more. Problem with that is, that's why I'm like, keep them high as you can, because the people who bought that house at 200,000, now they trying to sell for 600,000. You like, nobody gonna buy.
A year and a half ago, they had bidding wars where people were paying 100, 200,000 above asking price and above what their loan evaluation was to get the house, because quote unquote there's a housing shortage, which was bullshit if you really knew. But people were outbidding other people 200,000-300,000, which they had to go and do that out of their savings, whatever. When they go to sell, they're going to want to try to recoup that.
So I was like, man, you are very incorrect. And the reason is, keep them high so people have to sell at what the price should be. Because like I said, here in Texas is property tax, man. I pay about $12,000 a year in property tax. Insurance is like $250 a month. So you're looking at 17, maybe about 15,000. That means no mortgage, everything paid off. You still paying that much money a year. And if you raise in property taxes based on your house, so if you lowered the interest rate and people increase the price of the house, your mortgage may be the same because your interest rate is lower, but your house is now worth more, which means your property tax is higher. Your insurance is higher. So your price you're going to get is higher. I say all that to say this. When you go to another country, they like property tax. What you mean? I own my house. When you own that house, that's your house. You bought it, you paid for it, you're not paying nothing else. You're not paying the government. Oh, I got to keep paying all of these property taxes and these taxes and this evaluation. That is your house. So I would say to anyone, and the reason I say that is I was watching a documentary of this couple that bought a house in San Francisco. This was way back. Their house was like $60,000. Now it's like $600,000. So you think when they bought it and they paid, in 1950 or 60, a 30 or 20-year loan, it's paid off. But now what happens is their property taxes more than cost what their house is.
Exactly.
So if you want a fixed income and you're like, man, I only get $1,000 a month and your property tax is $1,500 a month.
That's the number one thing I tell a lot of my retirement clients is, look, you need to flip that house. Well, we're in a whole new generation. Your kids ain't never coming home like that. I don't care if you got a 5-bedroom house for each one of your kids to come visit you. They're never coming back. Correct. Downside. Sell that house. Take advantage of the resources that you have in that house as far as the gains, the growth of the value of the house. Go buy something else down south that's basically the same goddamn size for half the price. It's paid off at that point. All you have to do is worry about property tax at a lower interest rate.
Yep.
And then invest the rest.
Yep. So if you want to leave something to your family, or if you have a house, you're like, I want to pay it, go get you a place overseas, because that place is now yours. It is yours. You don't have to do it. And, if your family doesn't, and it's happened this is what happens in the United States, especially in the South. Somebody, your grandmother and them buy property, and then, you know, nobody lives there anymore. And then nobody pays the property tax, and somebody comes in and swoops up your grandmother's property for pennies on the dollar. And that's what happens to us. So if you want to leave something, you know, buy a property overseas and put it in some kind of trust. You'll keep it. So that's the great thing about overseas. They don't have that concept of, what you mean you got to keep paying and paying and paying and it's yours? No, once I own it, it's mine.
Right.
Make sure you look into that though, because some countries, you just like Ronin said earlier, you can't. Some countries you can only do leasehold. Like in Africa, there's a lot of countries where it's like 99-year lease.
Oh yeah. Some countries have it as a foreigner. You can't own land. You know, and so you have to make sure that you're going to do it. And I would not put, if I'm going to buy a place, there's no way I'm going to buy this or lease this land and put this big house on it. And then, and then all of a sudden somebody else gets it. No, so, but for a foreigner, why not? I would rent if I'm not married there and I don't have any establishment there, I just rent, because at any time I can just pick up and go, you know, I don't have to worry about, oh man, I got to take this. A lot of times what keeps us in places is we've established all this furniture, all this stuff that we just don't want to go from one place to the other. And it becomes inconvenient for us. So like Ronin, you got 2 suitcases. You like, I can pick up tomorrow and go. Wherever I need to go, I'm going. I'm 2 suitcases in.
Yeah.
So
by the way, let me shout out T-Mac real quick for the $10 cash app that he sent in. Appreciate the support. I know he's not in here, but he sent it on Saturday. So appreciate the cash app. And again, all you guys' support for showing up tonight and supporting all our channels. If you're in my room, please go out and support StyleKing Marco and Fearless's channel. And but yeah, it's kind of like enlightening on how much you really need in life. I've always tried to be a minimalist. I've lived in big houses. I've done all that. And obviously I'm in the retirement game and insurance and moving people from living that lifestyle to minimizing how much they truly need. And are you living that way for other people's perception? Or are you living that way because you enjoy it? And what's the point of living for other people's perception when you die, don't nobody give a shit about you 3 months into it? They're going to forget about you and stop having conversations about you. So really, who you living your life for?
Exactly.
You know, I've worked with a lot of millionaires, and I always ask them the same question. What's your number? I'm like, what? What's your number? How much is enough for you?
5 million for me.
Some people don't have a number and some people do. You know, some guys like, I'm going to keep pushing. I said, where is your quality of life? When are you going to start enjoying some of the money you have? Why do these little things? I said, but are you really enjoying that? Sounds like you're enjoying the struggle more than you're enjoying the fruits of your labor. And by time you have time to enjoy your fruits of your labor, you can't really enjoy them because you're too old, you're worn down, you're stressed the fuck out, PTSD, all these other things going on with the stresses of achieving your goals, of looking like you're successful. And you might very well be successful, but you haven't lived it. You just earned it, but you haven't lived it. You haven't taken the opportunity to enjoy it. So at 57, I'm here overseas. I'm way ahead of some of these guys that are 65, 70 years old. You know, I don't know if you guys know, and I'm going to give them as flowers, obstacles, opportunity. Well, younger than me, very secure in his future. And I'm going to give StyleKing Marco his success. This brother is running Airbnbs. He's living a lifestyle where he doesn't have to struggle to work. He's enjoying his life, and he's a lot younger than us sitting on this panel. You guys can live for other people's expectations, or you can live towards your own. Correct. And at the end of the day, we're showing you 3 options and 3 different ways of doing the same thing. You know, obviously, Fearless brought his wife back. I'm looking forward to actually exploring that option as well, bringing her back to the United States. You know, and so at the end of the day, live your life the way you want to live it. Stop living to other people's expectations. Live towards your own.
Exactly.
I mean, I thought about a lot of that stuff. Thank you as well. But I thought about a lot of that stuff. Like, you know, Ronin, that I worked in restaurants for about 15 years, really just like managing and running other people's businesses. And when I finally got to a point during this COVID thing, like right after the COVID thing, where I had a chance to figure out how I could buy my own restaurant and do my own thing and all that stuff, I just had to think, just like how you were saying, like, what do I want to be doing with my life for the next 20 years? Do I want to be stressed out, figuring out why people calling out for work and why they ain't showing up and their excuses and the customers complaining? And like, that's gonna, even if you're the owner, it's gonna amplify more. So that's what made me make a decision to go into real estate, because when I really thought about what I wanted to do, I wanted to travel, I want to see different things, I want to live different places, have new experiences. And I thought, like, what can I do? Because I don't have like a lot of these guys, like great 401k plan and all these other things set up already, but I was already invested in like stocks and crypto. And so I was like, if I get into real estate, I knew that could help me with a retirement plan for the rest of my life. Because if you own real estate, you charge and rent to people, and the price of the market, when that goes up, when I start having to pay more, I start charging people more. So you can keep making the same amount of money, give or take, forever, as long as you own these properties. And that's an industry that I could understand, like, okay, I can do that. So 10 years from now, if this house is going to be worth more, I'm going to be charging people more. So if things cost me more, it balances out. So it's just, people got to take that into consideration. And I like to tell people about it, because even if you do have the 401ks and a good retirement plans, you could add to that by investing in other things. That's why they say diversify your portfolio. Like, it's a very smart thing to do, to have eggs in different baskets. You just have to have a plan in place to make sure that things run smoothly. Like, so I'm not scared to buy a house. Like, if I go to Ecuador, I want to visit a couple other cities. If I get a house in Ecuador, or really right now I'm looking at I'm gonna rent an apartment maybe for a year until I can figure out the best place to live. But I want to get like a little townhouse maybe. And you could spend, just depending on your budget, you spend $100,000 or something like that, get you something that's really nice. And if you move at any time, you could say in 2 years, like, I don't know, move to Paraguay. You can rent it out, you can Airbnb it. That's something that's gonna make you money into the future. And you already have equity into that. So you're not gonna be paying out as much, you're gonna be making money. Versus if you just rent it, say I rented that place for 3 years or 2 years, that's just money that was going to somebody else, and I don't have any equity in it. So it's just things to think about. You have to weigh your options. It's going to be different for everybody, but for me, I think that it's a better thing because I'm looking at it.
And I can add to this, and I know Fierce, I want you to take over on this comment, because it's about you. With me moving this direction and you seeing other people doing it, you and your wife have had this conversation offline about potentially in the near future.
Let me help somebody out with that.
Buying property overseas.
Yeah.
And retiring where you can live your life a little more comfortable instead of stressing yourself out about things.
I'm sorry, guys. I looked at this one. One, can somebody, I see y'all talking about Patreon. I want to know who y'all talking about, who has a Patreon. Number two, all right, brother, let me help you out with this. And I really need to do a financial channel.
I'm doing what you mean.
Yeah, he said the issue of 401k is tax lien and scheduling withdrawals and messing up your taxes. All right. What you need to do, do I have it on this one on my
I can speak on that anyway, because 401ks themselves are a ripoff.
No,
Let me say this. Let me say this first.
I didn't mean to start anything.
Before we get off into this,
all right.
you know, this is what I do. 401k was never meant to be a long-term retirement plan. Ask Ted Benna, who invented the 401k. It was really meant for executives to hold money and gain a little bit interest on bonus money. How the corporations spent it was they wanted everybody off of pensions. When it came to retirement, it was a three-legged stool. The three-legged stool was what? Savings, pension, and what else? Social Security. That three-legged stool is in jeopardy. So what they did was they said, well, pensions, you lived until you died on a pension. People were living too much longer. Corporations wanted you off of that shit. So they said, what's the next thing we can recommend to put people in to where they can get an interest or a perceived interest gain with little to no risk? Well, there's no other benefit like that, because really a 401k is a mutual fund. You're at risk when you were putting money in a pension, your money was never at risk. You were going to get that pension until you die.
But you said it's a scam. There's no longer unless
let me put it this way. Let me finish giving you the history first.
All right.
Okay. So with that history and that known history that it was only supposed to be a temporary savings plan, it's not stable enough to be a retirement plan by itself. Okay. Now, I'm not saying it's a scam where somebody's willing to give you a match. They're willing to give you 6 to 12 points. There's no reason why you shouldn't take free money. So yeah, put enough in to match whatever they're giving you in that 401k. But when you're forced to touch it, what have you done with that 401k? You have deferred your taxation on that money up until you need to touch it and liquidate it. So you're deferring maybe, and what do we guarantee? Taxes are guaranteed to go up. Okay. Death and taxes are always guaranteed to happen. Okay. So when you go to liquidate it, you might have deferred when maybe the country was at a 15% tax bracket. God knows what the tax bracket is going to be by the time you hit 65 or 70 when you're forced to fucking touch it. Okay. But you deferred it at a lower tax bracket, no doubt about it. Okay. So when you go to touch it, when you need it the most, you got to pay Uncle Sam first off of any money that you have in that 401k. So the best thing I always tell my people to do is offset your taxable income with some of your tax-free benefits or resources or assets, so that when you use that income that you're pulling out of the 401k, it offsets your earnings. And that helps you out. But at the end of the day, you are deferring everything you put in that 401k. So Uncle Sam already has you set up for the okie doke when you go to fucking liquidate that 401k, because you got to pay Uncle Sam first on a deferred fucking policy for taxation. Now go ahead, Fearless.
All right. So what I do is you overcome that. So here's the thing. The reason it's good is, one, my employees going to match it. Two, there's a few ways you can do it. Like I do pre-tax. My pre-tax, what it'll do is, say you make $100,000, whatever I put in, it's going to take my taxable income down. And what that's you how have you to do is this. Every time I get a paycheck, because there's only so much money you can put in your 401k. I think this year is $23,000 pre-tax, 10% of your income after tax, and I can do a catch up of like $7,500 a year. And when you do the one that's after tax or your pre-tax, yes. So let me give you an example. If I put in $100,000 and then it goes to $200,000. All right, let me just give this explanation. I am not a tax advisor. Anything I say here do not hold against me. Cannot be sued. This is just my opinion and things I've worked out. You have to go consult yours for your own. All right.
But let me clear that up while you're saying that, because I am in this business.
All right.
Now you could be talking about a Roth 401k versus a regular 401k.
So what happens is if you put $100,000 in,
right,
and I make $100,000, so now I have $200,000. At the time that I retire, they are going to tax me on that $100,000.
Plus
so what I do every time I get paid is called a Roth in conversion plan.
Right.
So as soon as I get paid, that money that would have gotten taxed, so I don't wait until retirement to roll it over. You can roll it over immediately. So if it seems that I might have made a few dollars,
the 1035 exchange, you can exchange it for a like item. So if you want to roll it into something that's going to be taxable or non-taxable, you can do that. That's why in my business, when somebody gets an insurance policy paid out to them because somebody died, that is tax-free money. The stupidest thing you can do is take $1 million worth of tax-free money and throw it into something that's now taxable, because now you subject that $1 million to being taxed by the government.
Correct.
So you're absolutely correct.
So the way you're around it, guys, what I do is please talk to whoever your person is. I do a Roth in conversion. So before I ever, and especially when it dipped, like this year, I don't know when that was, April, everything went down.
See, that dip is what hurts people that do not have pensions. And that's why I said corporations did the okie doke when they said, oh, here's the 401k. You can have a better risk of getting interest gain, but you're risking your money. And when those dips happened, like in 2008, when everybody had to go back into the working force because they lost so many thousands of dollars out of their 401ks, they started realizing, oh shit, these 401ks aren't as reliable as they're supposed to be.
No, it's not that. It is as you get older or closer to your retirement,
you're supposed to turn down your risk management from high to low.
Correct.
But a lot of people forget. They don't remember. They leave it at high risk, like they're still young and they can recover from those huge swings, and they can't.
Correct. So, you know,
my boy,
I do it because
we're gonna open it up in a little while. Hold on.
Yeah. And there's some great things, like example. I know some people say they don't like working for corporate. I think if you do it right, man, there are some tax loops that you can get on. I get on with my HSA. My HSA is a health savings plan. So especially if you're young, I think this year you can put in $8,300 and it's tax-free, and it grows tax-free, meaning you can play the stock market with it. And so it grows over time. Just don't use it. If you're young, you don't need it. It helps out with your tax liability. It grows as you grow, and you don't need it till you get old. So when you get old and you got all the money, that's when you use it.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's ways that,
like I said, you're going to be forced by 70 to use it anyway. So establish your shit by the time you get to 70 so that you can take advantage of the taxation off of it to benefit you in other ways.
Yes. And the reason, I know when you said, what is your number? At this point, that's why I said my number would be 5 million. If I had 5 million and I sat it in a safe place, making about 5% interest, you know, I'd make just money off the interest. At 10%, I'd make, what was it, 500,000 a year. So 5% is about 250 a year, you know, and you just pay taxes on your 250. But you make that every year and you've never touched your principal. You're just living off your interest rates.
That's where you got that fucking percent. It's in a movie, actually. That whole strategy is in a movie. I forgot the name of the movie, but I'm going to find it.
So if you can get to the point where you have some money saved and you can put it into something safe, you just put it into something safe. You're like, I'm just living off my interest. And that's all you have to do. I think, you know, a lot of times we just never get to that point because we either we're consumers.
Yeah.
We are consumers.
And a lot of people are sheep. They just follow along with what everybody else is doing. They don't really inform themselves. They're like, well, what are you doing? Okay, I'm going to do the same thing. But they don't understand the whys of why they're doing it. And whether it's actually good advice to do it.
Yeah,
correct.
That's one of the main issues. Like, I don't even really talk to people about investing or anything unless I'm on my channel where people already kind of know what I'm talking about. But if I'm talking like the regular people I know here, they're like, oh no, because it's like it's so strange to them to think outside of just doing what most people do, which is just go to work, come home, and complain about everything. But if you invest your money wisely, you don't have to really complain about too much after a while because you'll figure it out, how it works and how things go. Like you said, the interest, if you can draw interest, get you some, whatever you want to get. Like, it's so many different things that you can invest in to make money. you just have to be willing to do that, to sacrifice. Like with me personally, I sacrifice a lot of my time where I could be doing stuff that other people are doing or things that I want to do just for leisure, just so I can have some money at the end of the month to save. And that's something that I really appreciate seeing from my father, actually. Like, he's the one that actually showed me that, like, I don't think he's perfect, but at the same time, he definitely instilled that in me. Like, make sure you have something to save at the end of the day, whether it's 10%, 20%, whatever it is. Just make sure you have something that you can save. And then I was able to build off of that basic, concept. And now my options are plenty. And you just have to keep that in mind. You can't just be like, oh, I can't do it because of this. A lot of people, like, I have friends that I try to talk to, and they're just like, well, I got this, I got that, I can't do it until this happens. And I'm just like, that's not, you're never gonna do it ever. You're not thinking like that. That's a bad.
Let me answer this Gary's question real quick. The pension, can you will it to your child? No. That's the whole point of why they're trying to get people out of pension plans. It's until you die. Once you die, you age off of it, it's done. They're trying to get all the last baby boomers off of pension plans because there's so much of those resources tied up in pension plans that the company itself has to guarantee. So once everybody dies off of those pension plans, boom, they're free and clear to recoup all that money back into their assets and their resources. And now you stuck out there on the 401k plan and whatever other plans you have in your future. But yeah, no, they don't want people to continue to extend out those pension plans. They want you off. That was the whole point. But go ahead.
No, talking about the investing thing, like, there's so many different ways in different countries that you can look into. So that's another reason that I bounce around from country to country, other than having the visa restrictions as a tourist visa. Most of the countries you can only stay for 3 months, but finding the place that's right for you and the business that you want to do is very important to me. Like, I have a certain type of business I want to open, but I know it's going to be very important. The first location that I open is going to be very important, because if it doesn't do well, then it's going to be harder for me to open another location. So I'm looking at everything that goes into that. Like I said, moving your stuff down there, how much you're going to pay for rent for a year.
What you got to move down there? You say moving your stuff. What do you got to move?
Well, I'm just talking about my personal effects. Like, if you're going to take your couches, your beds, car, like your actual stuff. But I mean, from the 6-month trip, I realized that even though I downsized, like, I got the Airbnb here in Atlanta, that I think I'm going to probably stop doing Airbnb here. I might do it again, but for right now, I think I'm going to stop doing that. And then I'm probably going to rent it out regular. And most people here don't rent houses fully furnished. So I'm going to need to take that stuff somewhere. So I don't want to put it in storage. So I probably take it with me, maybe, or I have to sell it. So it's just different things to think about in that aspect. So I'm going to run into a lot of things I probably don't expect doing that. And I'm excited about doing that. So like I said, I'm looking at maybe Cuenca, Guayaquil, or Asuncion for the next couple of years until, I have some things free up with the family where I can travel further distances. But I want to be able to get back to Atlanta, especially to make sure my father's doing well. So he took care of me, made sure I had a good head on my shoulders. So I definitely want to be here to make sure that he's good.
And I'm going with what Felipe said.
Hold on real quick. Let me just say this. I sold my couches. I sold everything of any size. I just kept my important life stuff that I wanted to keep, historical things that I wanted to keep in America. You can buy couches. You can buy, furniture. I mean, I've already bought a couple TVs, and I'm buying a little bit of furniture that when we buy a house, if we buy a house here, I can move to those locations. It's a lot cheaper overseas anyway. You know that. Pricing for furniture and stuff like that is way cheaper. Costs you more to store it. So it's best just to go ahead and sell it and get from underneath of it, so you don't have to worry about storing it while you're gone. And that's what I did. I minimized everything in the United States before I left. I have a small storage unit of my basic stuff that I wanted to keep. Even my guns, I took. Fearless saw my truck, that SUV I was driving back home. I had that loaded with some of my stuff that I wanted to leave with my mom. I have a cousin that's holding my guns. You know, anything of value that I wanted to keep like that once I came back to the United States that would be of source. And I actually have somebody storing my vehicle for free, but he's going to be doing some work on it and things like that. So we negotiated he was going to keep it for free. And I appreciate him for that. But at the end of the day, if you're coming back, you want to keep resources available, yes. But certain things you can replace easier than paying the storage fee for the bigger storage unit per month. When if you think about how much extra it's going to cost you for that bigger storage unit to have those bigger items, you could have put that somewhere else and recouped what the cost of that sofa or whatever it is that you want and buy a brand new one when you come back. You get what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't make a final decision on whether I was going to do that or not because I don't know the cost. So I have to wait of that.
I get a $7,000 waiver once I become a permanent resident here.
Yeah.
And that's it for shipping things over here. Now, what that equates out to size-wise, weight-wise, or whatever, I never looked into how much it would cost to ship a vehicle over here or anything like that. Because that was my initial thing. Well, I'll just ship that car over there.
The Philippines is a lot further away, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And 7,000 will get eaten up real quick.
Yeah.
Depending on what that really means and physical money, you know, when it comes to shipping costs. But yeah, you got to look at all your angles when it comes to whether you're going to utilize that for shipping items. Like now, I would ship something over that might be taxed, like electronics. I would load up on shit that I could get excluded from being taxed if I imported it over here or brought it over here while I was here in the States. Like electronics, you get import fees. Cars. This is the first country I've ever been to that doesn't actually have car lots. And I think Thailand might be the same way. They have business fronts for car dealerships. You ordered a car and then they ship it over here. You pay all the import tax and the fees and everything else, and then you get the car. There are no car lots here unless you're just talking about used cars. And most people just sell their cars that they own previously by themselves on Facebook. But there are no car lots like that because it costs so much just to have a vehicle sitting here. Most Filipino car dealerships are not just going to stock cars for you to occasionally drive by when you have the money. The income rate isn't good enough here for people just to be holding on to cars on a car lot. They just don't do it. I mean, I drove by a Bentley dealership in BGC. I was like, what the fuck is a Bentley dealership doing here? They have one fucking Bentley in that damn dealership. Inside of an office front with a big ass glass on it. You basically walk in, order what you want, and they'll ship it. But you're going to pay everything up front.
And some things, I think one reason you got to get with a local person is, like I never knew. In DR, I knew in Brazil, Colombia, even in Mexico, because I've seen some stores, you know, if you, like, say you live in your city, there is always an immigrant population there. And that immigrant population is always sending something back home. There are places that they have these big tank containers that whatever, like you said, whatever you can fit in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I talked to you about it.
Yep. Like
That's
here,
the
DR, the tank is, you know, so big, it's like $200. And it's whatever you can put in it, it gets there. So if there's some things that you need to take back, you know, and you're like, oh, I'll bring this back. Yes. But I know when I first moved here, I kept a storage unit. And I was like, man, you know, because I stayed in an apartment. Man, after 3 years, I'm like, damn, man, I'm paying, you know, because it kept going up. It started to get you an introductory price. And then the price goes up for the storage unit. And you're like, man, I don't want to go to the storage unit just to move storage units to get a better price. But by the end of those 3 years, I was like, I could have bought half this stuff in here. Or it was out of place. Something you never going to use.
4X shipping. That's what I use. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm fine. I was just about to sneeze. So, you know, I wouldn't say store it unless it's just personal effects that you have. Anything else, get rid of, because the style is going to change, the things are going to change, and you're going to end up paying more than that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep that in mind for sure. Like I said, I'm not gonna make any crazy decisions like that. Like if it's gonna cost me more to ship it, then what's the point? You know?
Correct.
Yeah, they call it a baklabayan box here in the Philippines. And it was funny that I used this company that you were telling me about, Fearless. The company was actually established in this very city that I'm living in.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, where are you shipping this to? And I told him the city. He was like, what? He goes, that's where this company was established. I said, really? I said, yeah, my girl speaks Ilocano. He goes, yeah, I speak Ilocano too. I was, what? The dude that came and picked up the box was from this area. I was like, man, what a small freaking world, bro.
That's how you know it's a good decision to go.
Yep. So
things line up like that, you got to look at the signs, bro. You really do.
Yeah.
You know?
So I just say to guys, man, and I know I try to tell the wife twice a year, you know, my mom used to call it spring cleaning and fall cleaning. Go through and just eliminate half the stuff you don't use. I went to my closet and I was like, bro, I ain't never wore this shirt ever. Like never even wore it. And if I wore it, I was like, it don't feel good. I don't want it. And you get rid of it. And I think Kevin Samuel said it best. He said, man, you really use about 10% of what you have in your closet.
Yeah.
But we keep all these other things. So a lot of stuff we think we need, we don't, especially if you're going to those smaller places. Bro, if I tried to bring my refrigerator down there, it's not going to fit. If I tried to bring my living room suit, because all of their stuff is compact. You know, they got a smaller refrigerator. They have smaller couches, all of that. You know, the California King, what am I doing with that at all? So all those things are just memories that we think we need. And once you're able to get mentally in the fact that it just did all, guys, I think we hold on to stuff we really don't need because it's nostalgic, or we think that one day I'm going to use it. You know, I got that class of 91 shirt, and one day I'm going to wear it again. You know, you're like, for what, brother? You know, and so I think if we can get out of that mindset, that I always say this, y'all watch the movie Heat, right?
Oh, yeah.
The famous line was, I never have anything that I can't get rid of in 30 seconds or less.
30 seconds or less.
Around the corner.
I can't remember it.
Yeah. What's his name said that?
That was Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro said the line, because he was the bad guy in that one.
Mm-hmm.
So 30 seconds. I got to be able to drop everything and move. Okay. And it's true. I remember growing up as a kid, my mom would have us. We used to keep toy barrels with all our toys in it, where we kept everything organized. She would take all the toy barrels and dump them out, and said, throw away or put all the toys in this barrel that you don't want or that you haven't played with in a while. And we would do that. And that's what she would give away to the kids. And then obviously Christmas and everything else, you get more toys anyway. So we already got in the habit of getting rid of things we did not use on a regular basis, or we outgrew or whatever. We didn't like playing with it anymore. We just threw it in a barrel. No big deal. No harm, no foul. And we would just give them away, you know, or she would take them to a place to give them away to kids, you know. So yeah, you get in that mindset and you start. And I notice every time I live somewhere for 3 to 5 years, how much more stuff you accumulated. When you first moved in, you had so much room. The longer you stay somewhere, the more shit you start accumulating. Like, where the fuck did all this come from?
Yeah,
you know, and then you start having to again minimize what's really important and what's not. I moved from a 4-bedroom house in Vegas back to Kansas when I was going through my divorce. We had enough furniture in that house. My ex-wife had a whole living room set, and she took the formal dining room set. I took the kitchen that set, and a whole nother set of couches and everything else. And then there was a whole nother set of couches. And I was like, the guy that was helping us move said, bro, you can have it. Give me $200. He took so much shit for $200. It was ridiculous. But it was, and then we left a lot of like Christmas stuff or ornaments and stuff that was going to go on a tree that we outfitted a whole house for that we didn't need anymore. I mean, you really have to start looking at really how much stuff am I accumulating over the years of being one place, and then go through it, get rid of it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Ronin. When I came back from this 6-month trip, I've already downsized a lot from, I was just living by myself in a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. But then now that I'm not even living there anymore and I'm Airbnb-ing it, even after a 6-month trip, coming back here looking at one closet at my dad's house, I'm like, this is too many clothes. Why I got so much stuff here? This is crazy. Like, I don't understand how I lived. I was good though. Like, I was wearing a different outfit every day, different pair of shoes every day for 6 months. And now I'm looking at all this stuff like, why do I have all this? This is crazy. So you are definitely right. Like, traveling for that long will teach you that you do not need that much stuff. Mm-hmm. I was only washing clothes. Like, I would take if I didn't have the washer and dryer in the Airbnb, I would, take it to get stuff washed. That was like once every 2 weeks maybe. And that's like regular. That's perfectly fine. I wasn't having to go wash my clothes every 3 or 4 days. I could wait maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks. Yeah. So you don't need to have that much stuff. You realize that that's something that you will learn, especially in these countries, man. Unless, like, some countries are super hot, like Brazil, Dominican Republic, where you like sweating profusely, then you're gonna run through clothes faster because you're taking. Like when I was in Paraguay the first time, it was. But the whole thing is,
even our summer fabrics are different than their summer fabrics.
That's true.
Their climate's different. They already know what fabric.
I never really buy clothes because I got so many.
Exactly. So I mean, other than shoe sizes, because believe me, if you're a tall dude, I'm 6'2". I wear a size 13, 14, bro. I ain't finding no shoes overseas. Not easily. I'm gonna have to order them. I halfway have to order them when I'm in the United States. So when you like sizable dude, and yeah, there's certain things you're gonna need to know how to do. And by the way, Amazon does ship over here. It's gonna cost you a little bit more if you spend over $40 or $50 on items. They'll ship for free if you're an Amazon Prime member. But after you get to a certain amount, then you'll have a shipping fee or import fee. But they will ship over here. So, and then they actually have a warehouse here with Amazon. You have Lazada. You have other places that you can order things from. But the reason I bring up Amazon is because they have American sizes. But there's certain things that once you jump to a different country, as an American, if you're a big dude, you're going to be going to look for shit that you can fit while you're going out of the country. So when you come back, you don't have to worry about shopping. So there's things around everything, but I only bought 2 pairs of shoes. I left a lot of my dress shoes, a lot of that shit at home. I was not going to pack a bag just for fucking shoes. I have hunting boots. I have fucking thermal boots when it snowed. I had all kind of shit for whatever issue that I was going to go through while I was in the Midwest in the wintertime. When I moved down to Texas, I had shoes for everything that I was going to possibly be doing. Cowboy boots. What the fuck I need cowboy boots in the Philippines?
But there's also places that you can get a mailbox. I know they do it in DR. They get a mailbox here, and then that mailbox ships everything to. It's just a mailbox place, like a place that would be like a local address, and people ship it there, and then they ship it overseas, so they can get all of their stuff. And that shipping place only charges a minimal amount. Yes, some of the problem is the smaller dudes, y'all got it, man. When you go somewhere overseas and you're a little bit bigger, extra large in other places is not the same extra large in the United States, man. Nope. It's like wearing a medium. I've been over there and I had to get something. I'm like, man, it's the tightest shirt there is. And so I couldn't dress like a local because none of the stuff fit. I have a dress shirt and if I do like this, the buttons like I'm about to rip from Superman or something. So
I buy like soccer jerseys, maybe like that. I got like 3 soccer jerseys from different countries.
But you have a lean body, bro. You can conform a little bit better than some of us. But I have a 62-inch shoulder width, but I knock myself trying to walk through doors.
But
Okay.
even over there, they're like, I'm tall.
I'm
They
like
think I'm tall.
tank, literally a tank. I can't help myself. It's hard for the way they cut some of these doors here, man. They're not standard USA size doors. Some are leaner, some are wider, and they cut them however they want to cut them. I'm like, but I'm turning sideways to get through certain doors just because my shoulder went.
Yeah, I definitely got to get like the extra larges myself because, like you said, I'm talking to chicks and they're like, "You're tall. You're so tall." I'm like, man, I'm not in the United States, but over there, it's still different. Different places, especially.
Hell, Fearless is tall overseas. You know what I'm saying?
I'm tall overseas, but don't let them play on you. They always think I'm like The Rock or something, man. I'm like, brother, I'm trimmed down. I guess I'll be The Rock trimmed down, so I guess I still can be The Rock. Shoot, we almost got to do it.
Tattoos on that arm, man.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You got to have a local person be able to just help you navigate through all of it because they've been doing that for years. Why you try to reinvent the wheel? We try to reinvent something, and they've been doing it. But
that goes to what you were saying about not staying on those resorts. Because when you stay on a resort, you're not going to get any real people. You're not going to meet people that can help you for it. They can help you. They'll help you, but for extra cost. So you're going to be spending so much money that you should not be spending.
Correct.
So I think it's a good idea. That's why I can't wait to actually get a real lease on a real apartment.
Well, it's been 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I know you guys are on a timetable. It's bright in the morning for me. I want to open up the panel for a little bit, and if you guys feel like you need to drop off because it's getting late, we'll see how the participation is. But if you guys have questions or want to talk about your experiences traveling, you need to go ahead and open up the panel for a little bit, maybe address some questions.
I'm going to drop my brothers. I got some work I still got to do and send some things out. But I love the conversation. I'll try to listen from the background, enjoy it. And, guys, just make sure that when you go someplace, do some type of navigation. Get you somebody there to make sure that it's not up to the height. And that's in anything. When you're a weekend warrior, it's cool to have the girls. When you're there for 6 months, the whole dynamic of even chasing women is entirely different. You're like, man, now I'm here. The game isn't completely different than a weekend warrior. And you'll see. So just navigate that out and find out some better things because, you're not going to do the same things you're going to do in 1 week that you're going to do in 1 year. And with that,
yeah, like I said, Fearless will be tall at 5'9". Yeah, that's
wrong
definitely.
with that. Them women love it. They love me long time. They love me long time.
I give Fearless. I think Fearless is like 5'11". I'll give him 5'11".
I'd say about 5'10".
Okay. I say I was trying to be gracious, man. Give you extra hints since we met.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm out, fellas. I'm gone. I'll listen in the back end. Guys, please subscribe to these gentlemen's channels. I see Drew coming up, but I'm going to drop off. Go make sure you subscribe to everyone's channel. Drew, it's nice to have you, but I'm out, my brother.
What?
Y'all be good.
Yeah, you got something to rebut. Wait. You got some fire for him or something?
Yes,
What?
Oh, not at all, man. He was spitting fire. You kept killing his flame.
Ronin always kill my flow, man. I've had this in the background with Ronin, like, bro, just let it roll. Look, this is what Ronin do. You be right in the middle. Let me see if I can do it. You be right in the middle of something. Let me see if I can find one on here. This is Ronin. I'm on fire. I'm talking to Ronin. Say, hey, let me read this super chat real quick. Just cut me off right in the middle of something. Chill, wait, let it get to the end. He'll throw it up in a second. I'm like, money gonna be there. It's there, bro. It's there. He get excited about that money showing up. He be ready to read in 10 seconds.
Brother trying to buy a car in the Philippines, bro. Come on now.
I feel you. Hey, StyleKing, man, I wanted to ask you, have you considered Puerto Rico?
Not really. Not really. I know some people from Puerto Rico here, but never really like to visit. Because I've been like the whole time that I've been thinking about traveling, it's been for the purpose of relocation. And Puerto Rico, to me, in my mind, And from the little bit of research I've done, which is very little, that it's a lot more expensive than a lot of other places. So I won't be saving as much money. And it's also a U.S. territory. So that's going to come with a lot of other implications that I'm not really looking for at this point. So it just wasn't on my list. But you can tell me.
I think you should take a second look at it. And only reason why I say this, I know
Yeah,
we've been on
please
panels before.
explain.
Wait a second.
I used
You
to
see
vacation
Ronin
in Puerto
face when you
Rico.
said
So
that?
Puerto Rico is like a second home to me. That's where I have my nightmare of first time ever swimming. But yeah, Puerto
Yeah.
Rico is basically America. It's just Spanish speaking.
But what
You
I'm
know.
what I'm about to tell him is this: is
Okay.
that I think he should look at it, because we were on a panel one time before, and I know you dealt in rentals, and I've dealt in rentals also. Um, and what I noticed there, brother, if you go into Realtor and just put in San Juan or Puerto Rico or anything like that, there's a lot of duplexes there that are for sale. And you can get a house in Puerto Rico for like less than 150K, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, maybe 200K. The prices are really cheap there. Not, I wouldn't say cheap, but they are affordable, and they have a lot of rentals. Because I was talking to another brother, I said, actually, I wish a lot of brothers would look at that Puerto Rico, because you can launch down to South America real quick there. You can launch back into the States real quick. You still got your American dollar that you can
Yep.
spend. And I'm actually going to make a trip down there again in, I think it's early January, because there's a festival that happens every year. It's called San Sebastian, a big street festival. You can look it up online. But I'm thinking about heading down there the 15th through the 18th. So, and that's what I want to look at, some duplexes down there.
That's interesting.
I mean, yeah, San Juan would be a great place for Airbnb. I'm sure the beaches and everything there.
Yeah. I mean, I was shocked because, I got property in Hawaii. So I was shocked at how cheap it was. And I said, why are things so cheaper in Puerto Rico than it is in Hawaii? And I started thinking about it. I said, okay.
Why is it more expensive than
Come on, bro. Hawaii is way far away, bro.
Well, but think about this, though. Hawaii is actually a state. Puerto Rico is a territory.
But Puerto Rico is still closer to the United States. It's easier to get certain things there than it is Hawaii. You already know there's a Kama'aina rate and a tourist rate in the Philippines. I mean, and Hawaii. And that's the import is the big thing. Of the milk was like $7 a gallon even back then when I was there.
Yeah, I know both of them are going to have the imports, but I'm telling you, look at the houses. Just put in Puerto Rico, just go to realtor.com, put in Puerto Rico, and look at San Juan. That's the spot. There's Carolina, there's Ponce, those places like that. Those are the bigger cities and towns. Because I was telling brothers, like, you still got your Latinas right there. That's what you're looking for. And you got your American dollar you're going to spend right there. It's not as much as I think that people think it is. So I was like I was going to say, man, I'm going to be down there. Check out that San Sebastian festival. It's in January. It's a big street festival. And that might be a spot to look at.
Yeah, I look more into it for sure.
I did a poll earlier today, and it was a simple poll. It says, do you plan on moving abroad in the future? 35 people answered the poll, and 89% of them saying yes. Wow.
I don't think you guys realize how cheap some of these places are, though. Like the places that I'm talking about.
Paraguay, and these are unknown places to a lot of these brothers, for real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They don't talk about them. It's not one of the big four.
Yeah, because I was on somebody's show whose show was that? I can't remember. I was like in the chat, and people were asking me like, well, what do the girls look like in Ecuador? And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Like, I understand that people don't know. Like, people really don't know about these places, because that's why I love it so much, because tourists do not go to these places. So it's untouched by that. It's not tainted as much. Like when I'm in Colombia, Cali was cool. I like Cali. But like I've been to Medellin, I did not like that. Like I don't have a desire to go back to Medellin probably ever. Because they have had so much tourism. But like when I'm in Ecuador, Guayaquil is like the biggest city in Ecuador. So you would expect it to have a touch of that, but it's not really that. Like you'll have like those, you know, they are chicas there that will try the P for P thing, but it's easier to find regular people that are talk to you like a regular person. I got friends there. I made music there. I went to the studios. You can just, it's dangerous, of course, but Colombia is dangerous. So if you're willing to go to Colombia, then Ecuador is next door. So when they ask what the girls look like, they look like to me, they look like a mix between Peruvians and Colombians. It's like, because it's right smack in between Peru and Colombia. So if you can imagine what Peruvians look like, imagine what Colombians look like, it's all of that. Plus they got a lot of Venezuelans. They got a huge Venezuelan population in Ecuador, like all over Ecuador, and Colombians as well. So if you like those type of women, then I think that's the better place to go, because when I'm in Colombia, I don't see that many Ecuatorianas. I don't see as many Venezuelans, which they might have, but I don't see them as much.
That's a word you don't hear too often. Ecuatorianas.
Yeah, you see, I know how to say it. It's a reason. They are very nice. Like even like the little baddie, like the little baddie I had with me in Paraguay. She was cooking and cleaning and everything that you could really want. But so yeah, it's definitely worth a look. But you can't treat it like how a lot of guys are treating Colombia, because it's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're not an experienced traveler, if you just only looking to P for P and all that stuff, then I would advise you not to go. Just keep going to Dominican Republic or, the places that are known for that, because it's dangerous when you only deal with that. That's the only thing you're looking to do. It's going to be super dangerous for anybody. Colombia as well, though. But that's my advice. Do whatever you want to do.
Hey, I dropped the Puerto Rico property in the back chat. Take a look at that real quick.
Let me see.
You want me to pull it up on the screen?
Yeah, pull it up.
Oh yeah, thank you. Because I will click myself off to live.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm looking at some on Facebook right now. They looking like American prices compared
It's saying you cannot look or find this page you're looking at. What the heck? Do you have to have an account with these people to look at it?
It might be because you're in a different area.
No, I have my VPN on for Kansas, for being here in the state. So,
I don't know.
Okay, so go ahead.
Go ahead. If you have it, you want me to share it, I can do that. You already pull it up, but you're on your phone. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
So like the prices. So when I was in Dominican Republic, I was like,
oh, try this one. Well, let's see. We'll see if you can pull it up without links. I don't know.
All right.
But yeah, so I was thinking, like when I was in DR all the time, I was like, man, it's so cheap here. You can do this for this price and all that. But then once my homeboy put me on, and once he put me on Ecuador, and I started going other places in South America, I was like, I was paying like 3 times the price for stuff that I should have been paying. So that's the thing that kind of gets to you, when you travel to different places, instead of just going to like the Bahamas and places like that, Dominican Republic, because those places are cheaper than the United States. But once you go to like South America, even like Vietnam, the Philippines, Thailand, I've seen like they have those type of prices where it'll make you just be like, why would I want to go somewhere else and pay more for the same thing? You have a luxury. I'm looking, they got villas, 4 or 5 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, swimming pools, jacuzzis for like $200,000.
Where is this at?
Ecuador.
Oh, that's cool.
Paraguay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Even places in Colombia, like Pereira, Colombia, they got the same type of thing. But I'm just looking for something that's more all around, like I said, like places like Cuenca, Ecuador, Guayaquil, Asunción, Paraguay. You can get all those things extremely, extremely cheap. And you can
What's the
live.
land ownership? Is the land ownership? Can you own as an
Yeah.
American, or
Yeah,
do you have to be American?
Nah, you don't. You as a foreigner, you can own land just like in the United States. You can just buy it. They'll sell it to you. As far as I know, from Google.
Okay.
But I definitely plan on doing that. So, and then I actually plan on getting residency. Like from what I've researched, Ecuador and Paraguay look like the easiest path to citizenship and residency are in those places. Because I know Paraguay is relatively cheap. They used to have it where you could put like $5,000 in the bank account and apply for residency and get permanent residency that way. But they stopped that, I think, last year. So now it's a little bit tougher, but it just depends on the way you go about it with it, whether it's residency by hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Phil?
What's going on, my brother? You're muted. There you go. You're muted.
What's it called?
Am I good?
You are good.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I was just trying to adjust my volume. Let me see. I can't hear myself. You guys talk. Let me see if I can hear.
Okay.
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you now. I was adjusting. I have this thing plugged in the speakers, and it was too loud when I first came up. But thanks for having me up, Ronin. I just wanted to be encouraging to these young people. It's always inspiring to see young people looking at these opportunities and, being more adventurous than a lot of your peers. So I just wanted to be encouraging to you both in that you're on the right path of doing that as a young person.
Absolutely.
Are you talking about who are you talking about?
Both of y'all. Y'all too
Oh,
young.
both of
Y'all the youngins.
I feel like I'm old. That's why I'm like, what?
Yeah, me too.
No, you're not old until you start getting a little salt and pepper in your hair and all of that stuff. And even then, I don't think of myself as old, but I realize I am when I talk to young people.
Thank you.
But what I wanted to encourage you to do, Ronin knows this, but I moved abroad initially when I was 22 years old, when I graduated from college. I went and I lived in Mexico, and I worked there. I was teaching at the university there. And one of the things that I like about the conversation that you guys are having is that you're thinking big off the top, meaning that, you're looking at trying to buy property and start businesses and things like that. And I just want to encourage you. And this is actually, I was in the chat, I thought this guy, Dan, might have been. There was a guy, I don't know if you've talked to him before, Ronin. It's like Dan, and I think his surname starts with an S. I think his channel is Dan Speaks. But he was on with Austin a couple of years ago. And he gave him a lot of great advice. And, I want young people like yourselves, and I'm talking to StyleKing and Drew, to use the resources you have available to you, like Ronin, like Fearless, like, this
Go ahead
guy.
and put yourself in there, man. You a world traveler too. Don't play.
He said 22. Shoot.
Yeah, Dan. Yeah, he's a light-skinned dude. But in any case, the point was, if you start with a big vision of what you can do, the possibilities are infinite. One of the things that I, in retrospect, wish I had done when I was living in Mexico was to start a business and to buy property. But I just didn't have the foresight meaning that I thought I was doing really good to have an apartment and have a job and, making friends. And, I was like, oh yeah, I'm doing great. And my friends at the time, being the local friends, they were like, man, you should stay here for graduate school. You're already all set up at the university. Why don't you just, go on and get your graduate degree here? And at the time, I thought, oh man, but what will I do with it when I finish? I don't know that I'll be able to practice whatever it is when I, in the United States. What I didn't realize then was, what the hell did I need to go back to the United States for? I didn't need to go. And I knew, and I just will share this, I'm an attorney. So when I was in law school, I immediately knew, oh man, I didn't need to do any of this. I could have gone, to be a lawyer in Mexico, which is what my friends were telling me. And also that it would have been a lot cheaper. So now look, no one will cry for me. It all worked out. But the point I'm trying to make to you younger people is that if my vision of what was possible was bigger, I could have been even bigger than I turned out to be. And so since you are younger, to not put those artificial limits on yourself when people makes it, like I had people in my ear that were like, Felipe, you can, get your practice up here. This person and that person already. You already got to connect at the university. You're good to go. But in my mind, I was like, how the hell am I going to do that? and that's what I wanted to say to you guys who are younger is that it was possible, but my imagination was too small.
Yeah.
That's
And by the way, lead attorney served. I think he did some time down in Mexico as well.
He did. He wasn't. He's talked about it. He wasn't where I was, but he stayed longer. I want to say he was there for several years. So yes, he did, and you can see it also served him very well.
What I was gonna say is I love this. That's the main thing I love about doing this channel, because it gives me a chance to like talk to more like-minded people or people that can understand my vision, versus in real life when I talk to people, it's like they look at me like I'm crazy. Like, are you serious? Like, nah, I would never do that. And I'm just like, okay, well, luckily I'm strong-minded and strong-willed where I don't really care what people think. So I just persevere past all that and just keep my goals in my mind and pursue everything I want to do. But it's tough. It is tough.
Another channel, man, I would encourage you to watch. If you haven't watched it yet, have you watched Our Rich Journey?
No, I don't think I heard of that.
So OUR and Rich Journey. And they're basically a Black couple that left the U.S. and moved to Portugal. But if you listen to their story and how they got started, I mean, they basically bought, I think it was like maybe a 3-bedroom or something like that. It could have been something that had an extra bedroom, but they kind of lived out of that. They did all the rehab themselves. I mean, man, this couple is brilliant. I mean, they talk about their investments, what they invested, and how they eventually moved to Portugal, and they just actually bought a ranch. I mean,
oh wow!
If when you go to their channel, look at their past stories, how they bought a farm, they bought an apartment. I mean, they are just brilliant, man. And I would encourage anybody, if you're looking for encouragement, look at this couple. Our Rich Journey is the name of them.
Oh, yeah, I'm subscribed to them already, so I'm gonna check them out.
Yeah, there's a lot of YouTubers out there that we just aren't exposed to that are out there doing the thing. Unfortunately, it's in a different community. It's not too many of us showing us doing those things. There's a lot of YouTubers in Japan buying up land left and right because there's a lot of aging out Japanese people in these far out provinces, areas, and stuff like that, that their kids have already moved to the big city. They don't want to go back and take care of that property. They're selling. A lot of real estate is abandoned because of that. So Japan has this big push of trying to bring in a population because they're dying off. And they're selling houses for dirt cheap, and Americans can own property in Japan.
You're right.
You got to go through a lot of paperwork, but I mean, you got Love. Her name is Sunday Love. She buys. She's now like 3 houses in with renovations, and she does Airbnb work as well. So there's a lot of countries that are like that, where you can actually own the land. They're pushing people. Europe as well has some countries that are pushing people to want to come over there to live. They lost a lot of people. A lot of people are aging out, and those populations are not replacing themselves as quickly. So they're encouraging foreigners to move in there and stay. And some have benefits where they're actually paying you to stay, right along with helping you buy properties and everything else. Y'all need to really look into those things. Welcome Mercury Justice to the stage. I'm gonna bring my brother David Dice up as well. Go ahead, Mercy.
I was just gonna ask you. You said Sunday Love.
Sunday Love is her name. SUNDAY or I believe is her name. And she's out of Japan.
Okay.
Sunday.
Yeah, I was gonna say y'all right, man. As far as the collaboration, because I've tried to collaborate with different people. I'm not calling out no names. I'm just talking about in general about how to collaborate and move around. Like the brother talked about him being a lawyer, and I think that a lot of times it's not only that we don't dream big, it's because we don't have that camaraderie that white people have. I'm just gonna call it what it is. We just don't have it. It's like you really got to fish out and find genuine people. So that's why I was going to write down the person's name that he just gave me, So I try to write down people's names and try to reach out and see what happens. And then people, it's hard for you to trust people. I get that. So I get all of that is part of the issue too. But I think we just need to be more collaborative with different things like business ideas. I mean, like me, I'm an instructor and I teach in a high demand field, which I know it's high demand, but like I have friends who teach overseas, got nice jobs, bro. But when I say friend, I should say associates. But it's like they don't share the beans, bro. They don't, they get over there and they get the good stuff. And it's like they don't talk to you no more, you know what I'm saying? And so there's a few people like that. So it's like I be trying to, I used to be a part of an international teacher association where they place you overseas, but there's little things that you don't know that it'll make your life so much better. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you can go with a placement agency, but they're gonna get a part of it, and then they're gonna exploit you. You know what I'm saying? So it's that part of it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, it's just the information. Like people say, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. So the more knowledge you have about certain things, and like you talk about the land and all that type of stuff, and then you got to watch out for scammers. Now, I don't think Japan is known for scammers, but like other countries, they do have a lot of scammers. Japan is not known for that. They don't have a reputation of that. But I'm just saying certain African countries have a reputation for scamming and, that type of deal. So you got to watch out for that,
Mercy, can I just say one thing? And I don't want to cut you off or any of the other people. One of the things is you have to get professional people when you're going to do professional things. So like in many of these cases in the African property purchasing, I have noticed one consistent thing, and that is that they're not dealing with lawyers and the proper officials when they buy these properties and they get scammed. It's some other method that they're using it. And so I just want to throw that to you to say, look, If you're going to do a business deal, you need real business people to help you do that, right? So you're less, I'm not saying it will be a silver bullet to being scammed, but it is less likely. That's all I want to say.
Right. Yeah, good evening, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good, David. How you doing?
I'm all right. Shout out to my brother Ronin, everybody here. Yeah, I love this. I love this conversation tonight. Very informative. I think one of the main things, the reasons why I was so intrigued by this conversation is because I don't know if you guys know, I'm definitely trying to move overseas too. Definitely, it was a toss up between South America and Southeast Asia, any country in particular. But I was checking out Philippines, but one thing Ronan told me was you can't own land there unless you're trying to get married to a Filipina. I'm not trying to get married no time soon, but I'm trying to see.
But you can own a condo if you own a condo in the right area. I mean, it can turn into an Airbnb real quick, and a lot of them allow you to buy condos on time, where you can actually recoup your money as an Airbnb rental while you're paying. So you can look into that as well. This is
Ronan. I'm sorry to interrupt for a second. You can own land as a married person? I didn't know that.
The person that's married actually owns the land. If the married party,
right. That's what I thought. Okay.
Married who owns the land. What you can do is have a 2-deeded land ownership where she owns the land, but you can deed yourself 90 years or 50 years as the owner of the property, the actual house.
Okay.
And
I see. The only reason why because I had actually looked at that. For those of you who don't know, my wife is Filipino, and
all right.
That I was, I've been scouring it, so that was information to me. Thank you, Ronan, for the update. We went the condo route, but there may be a desire.
And they have an overstock of condos here too. Oh my God, they are still building.
Well,
I don't know where you got yours at, but man,
we got kind of messed up. We bought close to where they were supposed to be building the railroad. That's why we bought.
They're still doing it though. They're expanding so quickly, and they have so many developments in the process that they are building a railway system. So I don't know where did they move it, or is that in the general area?
No, they got into an argument between Makati and one of the other communities. That's for another day. And so it stalled for the time being because they couldn't agree on the cost.
Of course, too many people, and I can't say much because I live here, but
Yeah. That's another whole discussion. So I'm going to pass it back to Dan or Mercy, whoever was.
David, David, I think was talking, and then we'll bring in obstacles after David. Go ahead.
Oh, me? Sorry.
Yeah, you were talking. Kind of jumped in on your spiel. So if you're done, then we'll go ahead and bring in obstacles. But I want to give you an opportunity.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Ronan. Because I'm gonna do a conversation with you because I don't believe in traveling to other places without knowing somebody who got foot to the ground already. But definitely, I'm thinking about places where because I do personal training too, so I'm thinking about places that's like real into fitness and health. You can't do that in America, so that's like a business I would definitely want to start overseas. Something I definitely want to tap into. I gotta think about medical health insurance for my parents. That's big. So any place I'm going to, I'm also considering those factors. I'm not trying to go. Definitely not trying to go to Puerto Rico.
To consider is the medical issues. And by the way, America is not the top medical industry when it comes to hospitalization and care. There are countries, and most of them are in that big four, have good medical systems in place. Colombia, Thailand, Philippines, and certain areas, Brazil, and so on. So there's a lot of other countries besides for America that can give you good quality medical care for far less than what you pay for in America as well.
And I think the biggest thing is I want to build my home. That's my main thing. I want to build
You definitely have that ability to do it anywhere that you go. Believe me. A lot of brothers out there building, they're just not putting it out there.
Yeah, I would recommend you, brother, if you can. There's another brother to look at online. His name is Carl Pierre.
Carl Pierre.
Yeah.
I think he does Europe. Isn't that the European guy that does a lot
He
of
normally does Europe and he does South America homes. But he's a definite brother to look at his channel. Look at the knowledge he's dropping on there. Very professional guy, family man. Carl Pierre, Karl, and then Pierre, I think it's Pierre.
All right. Thank you. I put C for a second for Carl. Appreciate you.
All right, we're going to bring obstacles as your opportunity. No pun intended.
What's going on? What's going on? How you doing?
What's going on, my brother? Simplify.
What's going on, man? How you doing? How you doing?
Great. I can't complain. Another day alive is another great day.
Again, before I already gave you your flowers earlier today. How successful you've been as a younger man and able to get out and start traveling early, right along with Style Kings. So I always give Obstacles his flowers for being such a young man, progressive enough in thinking and learning and open enough to be taught and mentored to where he's a very successful young man at his age, able to do the things he wants to do. But go ahead, Obstacles.
No. I appreciate that. I wanted to add too, shout outs to you, of course, first and foremost, especially you putting in the extra hours right now. But I do want to also highlight about living abroad. One of the biggest things that I would help people understand, and it'll make it easier because what I often see is brothers saying, or just individuals, I'm done with the West. I'm going overseas. And what they fail to realize, and they struggle while they're overseas, is that the opportunities in the United States have set you up where you could be rich in Thailand, in the Philippines, anywhere in the world almost. And so the American dream is global. No one said you had to go to Middle America or stay in Detroit in order to actually pursue it. But net, because you live in a great empire like America, you can go overseas. And it's not cheap according to the locals. If you get a Thai job, everything becomes expensive. Thais are in debt. They're dealing with a lot of issues. They don't have no money themselves. So the economy is still distressed. But because you make USD, powerful currency, and because you had the opportunities of a high paying salary or great investment vehicles, you guys can go overseas. So it's not necessarily a lose on the American front, it's a win. You just got to relocate yourself. And that has put me in a better situation. So when it comes to making investments or deciding how I'm going to build out my lifestyle, I leverage overseas. I outsource my lifestyle. I always say outsourcing your life. And so you make money in the United States of America, just like Apple does, but you make your products in China. And so net, live your life in Thailand, live your life in the Philippines, and live your life in Colombia, but make your money in USA. If you do that, then you'll have enough, more than enough, to live like a king and wherever you decide to go overseas. And that would help a lot.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Ronin.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Does this brother have a channel? Obstacles. He has a channel?
Listen, bro. Let me say this. So this man is very successful. Yes, he had a channel and was warned, let's stop talking. You could be held liable for some of this shit you saying. So he took his channel down. But yes, he had a good channel, was given good, positive financial advice on it. And like I said, why would you risk your millions to give advice to somebody and you're not getting the exposure that you need? So he went ahead and backtracked a little bit. But I'm going to start my channel, and of course, I'll invite him on and some others that I know are already demonstrating their success overseas and the things they do and knowing how to move around the planet and also successful in business and other things. So you will hear from him.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, he definitely gave some good advice because people here in Germany are doing the same thing, but they're doing it in Vietnam. The people are taking the euro and making money here, but people who are in coding and graphic design, they're living in Vietnam. but working for companies here in Germany and Poland, also Switzerland, because Switzerland pays the most. So there's people who are working in tech in Switzerland, but living in Vietnam because it's so cheap. So he's giving great advice, actually. It's a great cheat code.
Nice. I heard about people doing that. People will buy homes in overseas, but still work in the U.S. So like probably once or twice, they might take a trip home to their second home.
You can't buy a home unless you're married into the family. That's why a lot of men are trying to start families in these countries, because once you're in, then their kids have a chance to come and have a real infrastructure. This is one of the things that I think a lot of Black men are kind of learning, that in America, the family structure system is not a great system, and they don't want to be put in nursing homes. So they're also, this is something they don't speak about in the passport movement, but a lot of men my uncle's age have decided to start a new family, not because they're disappointed with the family they have in America. It's just the system didn't allow it to flourish in something that's going to be great for them in old age. So they'd rather be in a culture that holds the elderly in regard, because we don't hold the elderly in regard in America. So that's why my uncle went to Chile. He was like, look, I'm starting a new family, but also this family that I'm getting with, it's her side of the family. They're going to take care of me. It's the young kids that are here who are already they're going to take care of me as I get older. And I think as Black men, it's very important that we kind of start thinking about that. And that's why it's kind of good. The person who's younger, he's trying to figure out where to go as a young man. But I also think as an older Black man, it's unless you want to be in a nursing, and if you're in a nursing home, you get lucky. Most average Black men in America don't even get that. So why not think outside the box and put yourself in a situation where you're taken care of in your elderly age?
Right.
And let me throw this to Berlin. The average cost of a nursing home in the United States is $6,000 to $10,000 a month.
Jeez,
that's insane.
Yeah, and being in the industry, usually people sign over their homes in order to go live in a nursing home. Yeah, so they're actually selling their homes in order to live in a nursing home. But think of this in the inverse. We're using the code of making money in America to live overseas in a more comfortable lifestyle. The inverse is everybody trying to get in America to make the American dollar, to send it back over and remittance money to their countries. And that's what a lot of these countries do, especially the Philippines. They have foreign overseas workers. This is a whole fucking thing for the Philippines. That remittance money that's coming in from these foreign overseas workers in all these countries is a huge dollar amount.
Now, sir, I'm from Oklahoma. I went to Oklahoma Public School. That word you use, remittance?
Remittance.
What does that mean? It sounds fancy, though.
It is. And it's financial at the same time. It's fancy and financial. Okay. And
that's one of them words that's one of them words you drop on a date. You try to impress a chick. All right, I'm gonna use it all wrong and shit though. I don't care.
Not only do you have the GDP when it comes to what the country produces, you have a remittance. And that's what the country takes in for foreign dollars from overseas workers that they're sending to their family members and everything else that live within that country. There's a whole nother line item when it comes to income beside for GDP is remittance money from overseas workers that are sending it back to their countries as a benefit. And Philippines is capitalized on that when it comes to remittance money.
Sir, I'm gonna fuck this word. I'm gonna fuck this word up so much, but I just know that you have planted a seed that's gonna. I'm gonna every date that I'm on for the next month, I'm going to try to use this word. And use it incorrect. Like, I'm just trying to get some generational wealth and put some remnant seeds in my kids' lives. Like I'm gonna fuck it up. Like I'm trying to get like you guys ever watch It's Sunny in Philadelphia where he's trying to say philanthropist and he's on a date and he's like, oh yeah, I'm just a full-on rapist, and he's trying to say philanthropist. That's how I'm gonna use this word. I'm gonna destroy it.
Hey gentlemen, I would like to present a question for the panel.
Yes.
Do y'all think dating in the United States is dead?
Is what?
What?
Y'all think dating in the United States is dead?
Hell yeah. I'm sorry.
Wait, did you say is it dead? No, it's
I never say it.
Is that a consensus?
I mean, it's thriving. It's dating is still. Men still want to date. Women still want to date. It's just people are tired of
Wait, hold
men are
on, hold
getting
on.
tired of being finessed.
Let's clarify.
Chivalry is not
but
dead.
Wait,
okay,
stop,
but
stop.
I guess what I'm getting at
Let me
is
clarify your question.
yeah. Go ahead.
So it's not just, is it dead? It's not that it's dead. Yes, you can date in America. Yes, you can date pretty women in America. You can date 9s, 10s. Is the morality of dating in America where you move towards an actual full-blown relationship and marriage and loyalty and peace and all that dead? Let's really get down to it. Absolutely, that part of it is dead. But can you date?
There's peace in marriage? I didn't know that.
Depending on how much money you have, you can date all day in America. But when it comes down to the purpose of dating in America, is that part necessarily dead? It's really hard and few and far between to find a good quality woman in America that gives you all those ancillary things that you're looking for when it comes to peace, loyalty, and all the things you want in a traditional wife in America. Those things have gone. But can you date in America? Absolutely. I never had a problem dating in America.
I'm gonna ask you guys.
Hang on it,
Mr.
Not necessarily.
What's that guy's name? Mr. Mercy Justice. Brother, don't date in America. Don't. America is just a playhouse. Have fun. I met 2 MILFs the other day. One with a BBL, I think, but her hair, her lace front wasn't connecting, so I had to cut her off. But dating in America, you're wasting your time. It's just a smash and move around type of thing. Honestly, there's no quality. It's borderline pay for play, to be honest with you. Like you meet up with someone, you ask them out, you spend time together, and the moment they start asking, "Are you going to give me money for my nails?" automatically pay for play. That's my mentality I have here.
What country doesn't have that though?
No. My thing is every country has pay for play, but the fact that they're more emboldened here is more so like it's automatic. Like there was a video of a young man talking to a girl, and she said, "In order to even get my Instagram, you have to give me $10." And this waste man decided he's actually going to give her $10 for Instagram. So now it's crazy. It's an actual video of this going on. So here the women are even more what's the proper word? I'm not trying
Well,
to get.
is that so different from what we had to do in the 90s when we had to buy a chick at least 2 drinks before we got the phone number?
No, but it's
Is
a little.
it so
But see,
different?
it's a little. Hey, bro. I have to add a caveat to this because to me, dating overseas is totally different than America. I mean, because in America, first of all, we gotta understand. Y'all do know prostitution is illegal, and that's why part of the reason why Diddy got in trouble for spending all that money on that chick. See, you can actually go to jail for prostitution. So this is the thing, and this is what these chicks are on to me. I mean, most of the chicks I meet that like the brother talking about, getting that number, they ask me to cash app them. And I'm just like, no, I don't do that. But I'm just saying that's borderline prostitution, bro. I mean, that's what they're into. And I'm like, and then back in the day when I used to date, like I'll just say 10, 15 years ago, like, it was way different. Yeah, you might take a chick out to dinner, but I never remember a chick asking me for money, man. I never remember that.
Hey, can I
Not on
say
the first
something?
date. Not on the first date, bro. I
Can I
remember that.
I'm not dating or anything like that, but what I'm seeing, guys, to be honest with you, if you watch all of these other travel channels and travelers and guys out here doing this, the finesse is in every country. It might be just in a different form or fashion. It may be that, hey, this girl, Thailand might not be saying put nails and hair and all this stuff on me, but maybe it's a cell phone or maybe it's a load or something put on her phone or something like that. I think it's just in a different form of fashion than it is in America. We're frustrated with it, guys are, so we're going to other countries, but I'm seeing the same finesse happening on these
No,
other
but see,
channels with different guys.
the reason why it's different because it's illegal in America. So that's the part where you're missing. See, overseas is legal. So, so it's different. It's like you're playing a game, but it's like you playing a game, but you're playing a losing game. Because you can spend money on a chick. That don't mean you don't get anything in return. See, you playing to lose a game. I'm just being honest with you, bro. I can't do that, bro. I just can't do it. I just can't play a lose a game. If I invest anything, I get a return off any investment I make. I get a return. I don't just make it. That's what dudes are doing in America. They just throwing their money away, man. I'm just being honest with you, and they're not getting.
They're doing that on a global scale, damn near everywhere, though. It's not an American thing. It's happening in Japan for damn sure.
Let me throw my answer in there real quick, guys. So, like the dating for me, in all the countries I've been in, it is very similar to the United States because the internet is everywhere. The big difference for me, because I'm not trying to, because like I said, I'm looking to move there, so I'm not focusing on the P for P things, you know what I'm saying? So I'm focusing on if I can, can I actually do something with this person? Can I build something with this person? So to me, it's very similar to the United States. The difference for me is the fact that some of the laws, not the prostitution laws, but the laws in general are different in these different countries. Plus, you have a lot of things in your advantage in having those properties in the United States. So whether it's your job or your whatever you have built up in the United States, it's going to be harder for somebody from another country to pull your resources from the United States if the relationship doesn't work out, which sometimes they can still, get child support or something like that if it doesn't work out. But for the most part, most guys I know don't mind paying for their child. So that's not really an issue. The issue comes in when you get half of your resources taken, you get your house taken from you, your cars, your, stuff that you built up over time. And then that person didn't even put anything into that. So that's something that makes it an advantage to go overseas and have a relationship.
Are you also looking to have your children overseas?
I mean, if that's where I'm living, then for sure, yeah. Because like I said,
so you wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to bring the children back to America. You would just go ahead and want to integrate into the society there and have your children raise them there.
Well, I mean, things change, like I'm not going to say I won't or I will never, you know what I mean? But
I'm just,
I plan on
it's a logical question because your father rights as an American are stronger outside of America.
Can I throw a few things in here to add to the conversation?
Let me just say this real quick, and then I'll let you go, Philip. I just want to say this. If you plan on getting married to any woman overseas, I would dare say it would be advisable for you to at least have one child, especially in countries where you can't own the land outright, especially if you're going to buy her land. The legacy is in the land, correct? So if you have a child with that woman that owns the land, who inherits the land? Your bloodline.
Child.
Thank you. So if you're going to have a child with somebody that you can't buy land and have ownership for, at least have a child with the woman. That way it stays in the family lineage, even though you're spending money for her initially. It's really for the overall legacy. So then you're back on track again.
And I just want to let the gentleman know again, your father rights as an American are stronger in other countries than America.
That's true.
It's weird as hell. I have more father rights here in Germany than German men have because we won the war here. It's very important that I think as men and even as older men, we start kind of educating the younger men about how the child alienation shit does not fly in most countries the way it flies in America, unless you've done something absolutely egregious. And even then, drunk dads get to see their kids. And also, again, if you're thinking about having children, it's very smart to have children outside of America. And it's very smart to have your kids as dual citizens, but to have the woman stay in that country. And you, if you want to be going back and forth, you can, or you can just stay. But your father rights as a black man, they are atrocious in America. But your father rights as a black man outside of America are so strong because you're an American. It's completely different.
I mean, you get so much respect overseas, man, in America. I mean, look at what happened to Shannon Sharp. Look, we go down a long list. But I mean, it's just a long list, man. Dudes just getting robbed, man.
Wait, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, but the thing with that is Shannon Sharp can't get no pass for that. His
I'm not saying a pass. I'm not saying a pass. I'm just saying that would never. No, I'm not saying it passed. What I'm saying is that would never happen overseas. Never. He would not lose
That's
$30
kind of
million
what I was
over
Why
there.
talking
wouldn't
about,
it?
though.
Never
Yes,
say
Not
it
$30
never.
would.
million. He wouldn't lose
Yes,
no
it would,
$30 million
bro.
over it. No, you're not gonna
Yes,
tell
it
us
would.
$30 million.
But
No.
dude, all right,
Yes.
we got dudes that lost their life overseas though.
Hey, I
Yeah,
can
I
give you a
understand that.
I'm
perfect
saying, so
example.
you can't
understand
even.
that.
I can give you a
But
perfect example. It's happened overseas. You know the soccer player. God, not Ronaldo, but
Him too. Him
one of the
too.
dudes. He got set up by a girl in the hotel room. She
well,
recorded him.
people get set up in America, bro. There's plenty of stories on that. People
Yeah.
get
Right.
set up in hotels in America. I mean, that happens. I'm just talking about a chick. I mean, just lie on you and take $30 million from you, bro. That's just ridiculous.
What I wanted to say about this is that there are a couple different things happening at the same time. One thing is that as the cost of the United States has gone up, dating has become more transactional. And that transaction, in many cases, is a luxury product. Meaning that whatever you're trying to do, if the goal is marriage, that marriage for a lot of people is unaffordable. If you just look at what it costs to get married in the United States. Now, yes, you can go to the courthouse and do that, but even so, you know, when you start adding up the costs, like for example, we were dealing with children. The last number that came out this past year to raise a child in the United States is $400,000.
Wow.
Now, a lot of
And that's
people,
only yeah.
a lot of people are child poor. They don't even know it because they don't understand how much it costs to raise a child. Now, what do I mean by that? Because a lot of people are like, well, you don't have to spend $400,000 for that child. And there are many people who don't. But who pays the difference? The cost doesn't change. It just means that you are looking to other people and other services to help you raise your child. Right?
And it
That
comes
No,
through
not
tax
necessarily.
dollars. Ours tax dollars pay for it.
Just give me a second. I think that number is because that's what women want to spend on the child, and even if the father is in the house, it's if we keep it in 100, I think most men, if they really were in control of the relationship, would not be spending that much money on the child. I think that men in general would be completely content even being in a damn RV with their kids. But it's the whole idea of what society tells men and women what they have to do to raise the child that costs so much money. I think if men just give me 15 seconds, I got you. If men took the autonomy of raising the children and having the relationships that they actually wanted, I think they would do it in very poor places, very isolated, like Mississippi, and do it at a cost that didn't cost a lot of money. And if the woman was homeschooling the way that they should be, then it wouldn't cost so much. That whole 400, that whole number is inflated through capitalism. I think men, if they were trying to be happy, would be way underneath that.
Okay, and I think that is a strong argument. I'm going to throw some things to you that let's see if we can agree.
Okay.
One thing is that whatever your disposition is on spending money, you would want to give the best opportunities for your child to be competitive.
Competitive in what?
In life, meaning
No.
Oh, you don't want your child to have a good life?
No, I want my child to be happy and content and safe.
Okay, and happy, content, and safe usually means a neighborhood without crime, right?
Yes, or a neighborhood that's isolated, or
Okay, that's going to cost a little more. And
no, it doesn't.
it's going to be.
Fam, I'm from Oklahoma. I'm from the South. Like you can get homes dumb cheap for under $50,000 still. You can go to Mississippi. You can get a trailer home. There's nothing wrong with raising your children in a trailer home. It really isn't. It's just that
Okay.
our egos have been told us that we can't.
Okay, and I'm not going to debate that with you. What I was trying to build out for you was that in order to give your kid the best opportunities, it costs money. And what
Yes,
that means,
the best opportunities of what?
Let
Education?
him finish his thought.
Okay. Sorry.
I understand what you're saying, and don't think that I'm dismissing it. I'm
Okay.
just giving it to you, and there are many different models and levels of how you want to develop your child. And it is different in the cost of living of, say, Oklahoma to, say, New York City or Chicago, which is where I grew up, or I now live in Los Angeles. That's a very different number, okay? But some things are consistent. And what is consistent is that you want to have a home that's safe and that is nice, at least in the sense that it's conducive to the child thriving, and that you want an education where the child can thrive. Now, there are different definitions of what different people think that is. Let me just give it from the perspective of how I grew up and what I received costs now. So I grew up, I had both parents. Both of my parents were professional people. And I actually went to private school. The private school that I went to, which was a good one, now costs $30,000 a year, K through 8.
That's actually pretty cheap, right?
Well, I mean, it's relative that there are
For a private school, $30,000 a year.
Exactly, it's relative to what you're trying to do. There are boarding schools. There are schools out here in Los Angeles that are upwards of $50,000-$60,000 a year. Okay? And that's to the cost of living. But I don't want to get into the numbers as much as me describing the competitive model of you're in Germany or Ronin is in the Philippines, whatever, that there are different things that you can do when you're trying to build a family. And what I'm suggesting is that in the United States, that number is extremely high. And for those that are able to attain that, fine. I'm not saying don't attain it, but understand that this is a high cost environment that you're choosing to build within, okay? In some of these other countries, because we were talking about is dating dead. In many of these other countries, depending on what class level of person you're trying to deal with, that it's more of a marriage culture than a dating culture. The dating.
Please say that again. Please say that again. Please say that again.
It's more of a marriage culture rather than a dating culture. You have a thing in Asia called leftover women. Leftover women in many of the Asian countries is 25 years of age and above. You're considered to be old in the marriage pool after 25. Okay? So when they're dating at 20, 21, 22, they're looking for marriage in most cases. They're at their prime. In the United States, because of the cost of things, and this is why I started with the cost, a lot of people are not even looking at a serious candidate until they're 26, 27, 28, right?
30.
Well, 30, you start getting into this thing of the demographics working against the woman because of the ratio of viable men to viable women. And how
at 30, she already has a child usually.
Yeah, and she may. I'm just throwing it out of giving where I was coming from with these numbers.
And can you add to? I'm not trying to interrupt you, but can you add to the culture in this country is way different than overseas? These women, like my brother's talking about how this, you live a modest lifestyle. A lot of these women ain't going for no modest lifestyle, bro. I know what you're trying to say, but they not going for that, bro. They want a nice ring. I'm just telling you what it is.
I understand that. And I think as men, we let women dictate long enough of how we're supposed to express our love to them. I think that in 2025, I think men have to start saying, like, look, this is how I love you. This is how I show love. And if a woman really does love you, then honestly, she would take away from some of her desires so that you're not killing yourself to provide for her. If it's a real love on both sides, then I think, logically speaking, she would take away from some of those desires so that you can provide for her and she can rest in her femininity, which is what these women say that they want. Well, if that's the case, then make it easy for the man to do that. You don't make it easy by having all these desires of having, oh, I need $200,000. No, if you actually love the man, and I've seen women who love a man, if they actually love that man and want to be with that man and want that man to guide them in their life and children, the whole nine, they will make it exponentially easy for that man to be with them. And I think that, unfortunately, a lot of men who aren't the ones that are being picked, or a lot of men who aren't the first choice, those women are saying, well, you have to do all this and this and this and this and this to be with me, because those women really don't love that man.
Can I throw something to that? I think that you've made an excellent point. What I would throw to is something that obstacles to opportunity said, and I'm going to say it differently, which is arbitrage to save yourself, not to in the hands of a woman, what they are willing to live with and what they are not. If you are in a lower cost environment,
you kind of glitched. Can you say that one more time? You glitched out. I think you said something really smart.
When you said arbitrage, you started to glitch out for a second.
Oh, okay.
So
what I was trying to say was that you're arbitraging the opportunity for yourself, that you're not putting your future in the hands of a woman. What, you're basically saying, Berlin, that if she really is of high character, then she should want the best for both of us. And what I'm saying is that may all be true, but you can save yourself. Don't put it in her hands. Look at the arbitrage of, in this environment, I earn in US dollars. I live in, Colombian pesos or Thai baht or, Filipino pesos. And so the difference in the value in the cost of living and what I earn is that cushion that you hope your wife is going to give you, but if she doesn't, you've already built it in yourself. In the case of Europe, and I know a little bit about this, believe it or not, my uncle went abroad in the 60s and got married. He lived in Denmark with his wife. I have cousins there. And in Denmark, it's a high taxation, but high social safety net country. Right?
Yes.
So
yes.
When my cousin went to college was free. When she went to graduate school, I think they charged her $20,000 for her master's. And that was mainly in cost, like her apartment and, some luxury stuff. You can live an extremely good life depending on what of these international opportunities you have. That you choose just by working the arbitrage. If depending on your degree, let's just take it this way. Depending on your degree, depending on your university, they can charge you anywhere from $20,000 to $100,000 per year at your university, depending on what we're talking about. There's a big range, and I'm saying in the United States. In the Philippines, as an example, they have fine universities. We hire all of these Filipinos that come to the United States from universities in the Philippines, and it's a third of the cost, a fourth of the cost. So
let me interject real quick. If people don't know, it's mandatory for Filipinos to get college degrees to work in a lot of these countries and a lot of these companies. You have to have a college degree. You just can't be some bum off the street and apply for a job here. That's how competitive it is here. So when people say these people are low grade, absolutely not. Most of their children are going to college.
And that's
But go ahead.
another thing.
The people in the Philippines have to have a degree to get work, or
Yeah.
do you mean people from overseas have to have a degree to
No,
come to the Philippines and
people
get
in the
work?
Philippines. People in the
Oh,
Philippines
wow.
have to have a degree.
Really?
The
Yeah.
Philippines has a higher rate of college education than the United States. And college is very loosely defined in the United States. There are a lot of things that are called a college or university education. Not all of them are the same. There's a range.
The parties.
Well, and other things. But the Philippines, even though it is a third world country, has a very good higher education system. And all I'm saying to you as younger men, I've already made my choice. I already have gray hair. But that if you can work out that arbitrage being the difference of what you earn to what it costs, and to have that to your advantage as a younger man building a family, that's only in your best interest. And in the United States, it's a very tight game. That's all I was trying to say. If you have 3 kids, you got or $750,000 worth of children. Not even dealing with your cost of living and your home and all of that other stuff, right? Healthcare. Is the kid going to play any sports? That's going to cost. It's a whole. Why even do that? In Scandinavia, all of that, your health club is part of your health plan. So like the health club, that you pay money for in the United States, that's just part of your health care. In Sweden, Denmark, whatever.
Same thing here in Germany. You go into the dentist. That's what I was going to tell the gentleman. If you want to be a father, socialism is pretty flipping easy. You just got to keep your job, and even if you don't keep your job, your kids are fine. Your kids will be going to college. Your kids will have free health care. If they ever have an injury, the government takes care of it. The kids go to college till about almost 22. But so if what you're saying, yes, it costs $400,000 to maybe do that in America, or think outside the box and put yourself in a system where you don't have to spend and work that. My brother works his ass off, working 70 hours a week to give his kids health care and a college education. I'm here in Germany not doing any of that. And just because I had 2 children here in Germany, my kids get that automatically. So was I smarter than my brother? Possibly, but he's the smarter one because he's the one with the degree and the diploma, and he's the one. So by society standards, he's smarter, but by logical standards, I accidentally was smarter.
Yeah, but the whole point is,
I wanted to ask. I'm sorry.
The whole point is, are we living to society's justification of success, or are you living to your own? And that's the point. Exactly. But the point is, everybody wants to live for perception versus what their end game is. Stop playing on the perception of what you are and play to your end game. The biggest thing a lot of people say is a salary is a bribe to get you off of your game to go work for somebody else's fucking success and their own goals. So the same thing goes to your own life. Are you living to your end game, or are you living to somebody else's end game at the end of the day? Go ahead, Mercy.
Also, I wanted to say a lot of women.
Wait, you need some sound effects, man. You said some deep ass shit. You got to hit like a bell or something. That was. Where's your soundboard, sir?
Oh, I got it.
There you go. There we go. All right.
And also, I wanted to say that a lot of women, what I found that are paid for play overseas, is because of their living conditions. I found that women who don't have to, they do for themselves, got a good job, got good education, they're not trying to live like that. That's what I found. So it's more of a class system than anything. But in America, I find all kind of women engaged in this type of stuff. You can find women that got good jobs, still trying to finesse dudes, still trying to get money out of dudes. I mean, it don't matter. They can have degrees, they can have a good job, they still begging for money. And I don't see that overseas. I say let's say a woman with a degree and she's an accountant, or say she's a teacher or a professor. I'm not saying she doesn't do anything wrong, but what I'm saying is if she didn't have to, I don't believe she would. That's just my opinion. A lot of them, I don't think they would. And like the brother said, a lot of them look for marriage, man. A lot of them really want marriage. I mean, really. I don't think the ones in America really want marriage, man. I just think they just want a sponsor. I'm just being honest with you, man. These people over here want sponsors, most of them. I'm not saying they're not good.
They want the divorce.
I know. There you go. A sponsorship.
They really want the divorce. I always ask women this: like, if it was the other way around, if 80% of them, if it was, 80% of men were initiating divorce, and then the kids went with the men, and then the women had to pay out alimony and child support, would those women still value or even want to be married? And every woman is like, hell no, absolutely not. So I'm like, so why are you so confused about men's trepidation about marriage? If it was the other way around, you understand completely that you would not want to be. If you had a divorce and the man divorced you and the kids went with him and you had to pay that man, women would completely reject the idea of marriage. Within one generation, marriage would be over.
I mean,
they would completely sign. Hell no, this is a dumb deal. So why do they keep expecting us to make this deal?
Well, my thing is this, guys. Sorry to cut you off. Because each of you guys make great points. Why dudes keep still getting married in the States is beyond me. I don't know what they see in a particular woman that say, I want to get married to you, knowing the repercussions of their actions. But that's their choice. Like Ronin said, made a great point too. Another reason why where Mr. Mercy Justice was also correct in what the women in the States is the lack of manners, the lack of class, the fact that the women overseas still have they take pride in their last name, meaning they know how to conduct themselves, knowing that their behavior shows how am I going to put this? Their behavior plays a role in how their upbringing works. I hope I'm saying it correctly. They don't want to bring shame to their family. They
scared of their daddies. They scared of
basically
bringing shame to the family name.
Thank you. I couldn't get it out. And I've noticed that. Appreciate you. I've noticed that with the women overseas and the women here, I've never seen women overseas or heard them say that they have to go through a phase of promiscuity. I've never heard them brag about that. Even though I'm not saying women overseas are perfect, but in terms of logic, common sense, upbringings, location, they are more stable. They are mentally stable. They are more wives. They're better mothers, to be honest with you.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but what's your name?
I just want to show you.
Which one? Me?
This process of LDR. This process of LDR.
Well, me?
Yes, sir.
I'm David.
That's David. But hold on for a second, Drew. You guys are on this conversation about family.
Mm-hmm.
This is my lady's family.
Wow.
There's a process where she's closely guarded by her family. If that is not in place while you're vetting a woman, you're vetting the wrong woman.
This dude Ronin is tall, man.
Hey, David, I got a question for you.
Right, I'm trying to figure out if he's tall or they short.
Yeah,
I'm tall. I'm 6'2". What you talking about?
Okay, all right. I was like,
sorry.
Yeah,
all right.
So if they're not in that kind of process where their family is closely involved in their courting, which they call it legal here, then they're out of sync with what you're looking for in a traditional woman.
All right.
Great point.
Hey, David, just my question for you was, what countries have you traveled to, and what country do you feel that you've had the most success in dating?
Here's the other caveat. I've only been to Jamaica, but I've met a lot of women that came to America. So I've dealt with them here, but I've never actually been on that side. So they will come here for a short period of time to visit New York because, New York has like this, they have this image of New York in their mind. And when they get there, it's a different thing. But I've dealt with them when they come here, like Dominicans, Ukrainians, but I've never been to those countries. So I've met them here.
Dominicans and Ukrainians are
go to Brazil.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just was wondering because you were saying like the girls are this, the girls are that, they're more this and more that.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm saying that because I think that the only way I could actually even say that because I've dealt with, that's not a brag, but when you deal with a lot of women and you notice certain tendencies and things that they actually value, subconsciously you're taking mental notes like, all right, she values her family, she doesn't value her family. She's going through a whole phase. She's not going through a whole phase. And if you look at it overall, and you ask them, where were you raised? Where were you brought up? And all the ones that were brought up, that were raised in America, have this ideology of, in order for me to be a better wife to my future husband, I have to go through a whole phase, which is just crazy in itself. But that's the ideology and the thoughts that they have here.
What
You know what I'm saying?
mentality is I need to be run through multiple times by every dude I ever been with in order to be courtable? Who
I heard a lady say that.
A lot of women will think that because they need to be ran through so that they have the sexual skills to make a man happy. That's the lie that we've been told and they've been told.
That's a lie they've been told. We never believed that.
No. Wait, I'm an 80s and 90s baby. My uncles, it was a lie that was told to us as well. Like, no, you want to get you a chick that's like, let's keep it 100. That was something.
I ain't never believed that in my life.
But it was a narrative that was being said. I know you didn't believe it because, one, you're an elder and you came from a different time. But if we were the young ones hearing that, then we believed it.
Brody, you're OG. You're OG, Brody. Triple OG.
I'm assuming you're 48 or up, right?
48 is an elder nowadays? Oh my God.
I was lowballing 48 actually.
Hopefully October 3rd I'll be 58.
Okay. Y'all believe that?
First off, congratulations, because most of us don't make it to 58. It's not a diss.
Amen.
Okay, but you were elder.
What I wanted to say was that many of these countries,
your knees are elders. Okay, you're not an elder. Your knees are elders. Okay, is that better?
They definitely elders.
There we go. All right, you got elder knees.
Many of these countries, particularly in Latin America, are Catholic, and in many cases devoutly Catholic. And so there's a whole structure that comes with that. Number one of which, many of them, while they're in college and until they get married, are living with their parents. Exactly. They're not in apartments with a bunch of girlfriends.
I got to push back on that with you, but go ahead.
I'm just giving generalities. But the point being that there is a structure in which many of them have been taught how to keep a home, meaning how to clean a home, how to cook, maybe how to sew. These are the basics that used to be taught in the United States, but now have kind of been pushed to the side in favor of formal education. And what that does is it creates a different environment of what you believe a marriage and your identity as a wife is. And I would say it is very distinct what that identity is in the United States, as opposed to, say, in Thailand, where that country is Buddhist, right? That what it is, I lived in Mexico. Mexico, I think, still is 98% Catholic. So in terms of what the structure of the society is, this is something that's very different than what's in the United States. The United States, is a multi-religious, multi-faceted society, but still it affects what the expectation of the marriage is going to be. And I would just throw it out that if you're trying to structure in a more traditional way, you have to ask yourself, is this person that I'm dating, have they ever seen it in a traditional way? Did they know their father? Did they have a relationship with him? How do they know how to treat you as a husband if they never have seen a husband in the house? I mean, this is, and that's not one racial group or another. It's just an unfortunate thing that's gone on in the United States, where the divorce rate is high, and it's very hard to keep families together. So I wanted to throw that out.
I wanted to say just back to you, because I know you mentioned Catholicism, but the two countries that have the most amount of unwed single mothers are the Philippines and Colombia. That's a fact.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
how are they holding this down? This idea of wanting to be married. In some cases, I feel that some of them are showing you what you want to see, but not living what you think you believe.
But
But
see,
Wait,
it's
here's
you
the thing.
mean?
economics.
Oh, my
I'm gonna
bad,
say
my bad.
economics.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Right. Two things can be true at the same time.
Yep.
This country is established in the Catholicism way. They don't even believe in divorce. Divorce is not legal here.
Yep.
You can only get an annulment, and that could take up to 4 years to do it. So while two things can be true, they also feel like after about 20, you're like what Philippi says, you're a throwaway. So you should be having children early in life and quickly. And as you know, the Catholic religion doesn't necessarily focus on abstinence. They don't teach sexual sexual education here. They don't believe necessarily in using contraceptives. That's also part of the Catholic religion as well. So then you have these kids that are pressured to try to get married at a young age where they're a little less experienced in life, let alone trying to have a whole relationship, and they're not being taught how to be adult about abstaining from sex until marriage, even though it's being taught in the Catholic religion. There's a lot of conflicts that go on here at the same time as saying they're Catholic. So I understand what you're saying. You're absolutely right. It is a high, not only pregnancy rate, ISD rate in the country. But this is where I got into saying this with Dan. If you don't see a family that has core traditional values in Catholic religion where they believe in legal, which is their word for courting, where they want to meet you and vet you as a man, you're already in that realm of a Filipina or a Latina that might be in a Catholic country of being out of order and not in alignment with their core traditional values.
Wait, Ronan, can I ask you one question? Because I forget. I know this is stupid, but I haven't been on a panel in so long. Are you living in the Philippines now, or are you still in America?
No, I'm in the Philippines. I'm in the Philippines.
Oh, you're in the Philippines now? Okay, cool. No, I have family from there. Everybody knows my grandfather's Filipino, and a lot of people from my family side. I'm sorry. A lot of family from my mother's side is like literally Filipino. Like some of them, whatever. I'm not going to, whatever. But I couldn't remember that. Okay, so you're literally on the ground. You got boots on the ground in Philippines.
Right. And actually,
okay, cool. Because the last time I spoke, you weren't. I think you were in Latin America. You were. I don't know where you were, but
no,
you're moving around. So you know what I mean. But go ahead. My bad.
There's two Ronins in the community. You're thinking about Ronin the Wanderer Traveler, but he switched his name to Ronin the Traveler.
But last time we spoke, I thought you were in a whole nother country. I don't know if it was America or somewhere else.
Houston.
I just moved here from Houston in May.
It was
Latin That's why I say I'm late to the party. Because my YouTube, I kept getting my YouTube account banned, so I haven't. I every time, so I'm kind of late. I'm trying to catch up on everything. So
good.
Go ahead. But I already knew you were dating her when we talked. I knew you were dating her at the time, but I think you were living in another. But go ahead. My bad.
All I was going to say on the point that you raised is the countries with the largest income inequality also have some of the bigger social issues in terms of sex education, family planning, and access to healthcare, where people are able to build families better. Again, taking the comparative of Colombia and the Philippines and the kind of social safety net they have there, which is very thin, to some place like Scandinavia, where cradle to the grave, you're covered, that it's night and day. And so you don't have the single mother situation. In fact, let me just give a contrast. In Denmark, when someone turns out to be a single mother, the government provides a tremendous amount of resources into that family. And the reason why is that they want to make sure that the child that's born into a single parent household gets a college education. And if they do that, their statistics say that they're more likely to get married and more likely to be a taxpayer. So on the front end of a single motherhood in those countries, they invest a tremendous amount to make sure it's only one generation. In other countries, they don't have the resources nor the tax base to buffer away from, regardless to whether they're Catholic or not, or Buddhist or not, or whatever they are, that they don't have the structure to get the outcomes that they want. Not always. And so that's my answer to that.
And then I wanted to say a lot of women. I mean, I don't want to have the misconception that women are not hypergamous. Women are still hypergamous. They
Exactly.
still want the top-notch dude. Now, what your passport does, it puts you in a higher bracket. Probably if you when you make 50, 60, 70,000 a year, you're in the top 1% in the world. That's what brothers don't understand.
Economically, we agree on that. Of course, we agree on that.
Economics economics has a lot to do with marriage. Economics has a lot to do with marriage, especially from a woman's perspective, especially from a family perspective.
Hey, somebody else is making a noise in the background.
Who is
Sorry,
working?
guys. Sorry, that was me. I'm sorry. That's my phone. Sorry about that.
Hey,
Sorry.
go ahead, Mercy.
Yeah, and so family, especially marriage, is an economic decision, and that part about it, I think we've lost sight of that. It's not just about love; it's about economics. So these women want to make sure that they have a secure, for their family. So another thing is like Colombia, where you look at their dollar, their peso is so weak and so volatile. The economics is way different. So of course it's going to be imbalanced. So you have to take that into consideration. When you talk about getting married, we have to consider economics. And if the Colombian peso is a volatile currency, then we know that then it's don't have a strong economy. So you're gonna have that problem. No matter how religious you are, if you're broke, it's gonna affect you. It's gonna affect your kids. It's gonna affect how you view marriage. It's gonna affect a lot of things. And then what happens? I don't want to confuse brothers. Women are still hypergamous. I don't want you confused about that. They still want the top 10% or top 1%, whatever. That's not gonna change. They want, and that's been historical. That's why the kings had all the pretty wives. In fact, if you read in the Bible, you see it. All the kings had all the wives. Why? Because they were riches.
Facts.
I mean, come on.
Facts.
We can't ignore that.
King Mansa Musa, Alexander the Great, all the facts. No, you cooking. My bad. Go ahead. You cooking right now. Go ahead.
So I mean, we can't ignore that money has a lot to do with it. And so, and then of course the kings were wise too. A lot of these kings were wise too. They were intelligent. So I don't want to just say just about money. It's all about being intelligent, because you won't keep money if you're not smart.
That's true.
So that's another thing. You got to be smart. But I don't want to ignore the fact, and I think that's what we as brothers, we miss this. Money is so important, and your 50 to 70,000 to these women don't mean jack to these women. I'm just being real with you. It don't. Unless you make it millions, they don't care. I mean, that's just how it is for most of them. I'm not saying it's all like that.
200K don't mean nothing to American women. American women, no. There's been studies on this. I've even seen non-manosphere channels bring this up, like regular, because I was watching some random, I forget what the like white news channel or whatever, but they was talking about the spending power of black women, and black women, like the corporate educated black women. Now I know there's exceptions, but a lot of them, they make a lot of money in the corporate world or whatever, or in healthcare or nursing, and they spend a lot of that on self-care and beauty and makeup and saunas and getting massages. So a lot of the money they make, as much as independent as they want to claim they are, which I get it, they got good jobs, but they put that money right back into the hands of the people who own those industries, because again, these black women that make a lot of money, they put half their income into self-care because they want to make themselves feel good to compensate for the deficiencies in the other areas of their life.
So
And I'm not even judging them. I went to college with these chicks. I know these chicks like the back of my hand. So I have some of the same flaws as these women. But I'm
so
just saying, they got to be honest. Some of these chicks make twice my salary, and for whatever reason, they have more debt than me. And they make twice as much as I make, but they're so bad at money, at managing money, they might spend 20,000 on self-care in a year. They might go on 4 vacations or 6 vacations when they really should only go on 1. And then they're spending a bunch on getting their nails done, their hair done, going out, doing this and that.
And not to mention they overpay for cars.
Oh, go ahead. You cooking. My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
And
Yeah,
they
you get my
overpay
point.
for
Not
cars.
Go ahead.
not educated Pookie. So basically, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, Mr. Mercy Justice. Basically, what you're saying is these women have no financial literacy.
Exactly.
All right.
And thank you. They
That's
have
it.
no financial literacy. And it's funny to me not to go down a rabbit hole of quoting statistics because I have my own opinions, but a lot of these divester women and these misandrist women on TikTok and YouTube, these black women that hate the passport bros, and these black women that they even hate guys like me. Some of these black women, they even hate guys like me, and most of my girlfriends are dark skinned. Like these women, they would go on my Instagram, they would make fun of my girlfriends. Oh, she's dark skinned, yada yada yada. And I'm like, I didn't even understand it because I'm like, most of the girls that were beefing with me, they were dark skinned too. So I didn't get it. I'm like, okay, this is some whole women beef. I don't understand, and they're using me as a prop to insult every dark skinned woman I ever talked to, and yada yada. So I get it, y'all. And again, for the passport bros, just as a general rule, regardless of what y'all success was when you were in America, I know that black women put you through a lot, and I know that American women in general put all men through a lot. So that's why I try to approach this with a level of empathy, because even the dudes that are getting women easily thrown in on the first night, even those dudes, they gotta put up with certain stuff. They gotta put up with the games and the emotional instability of women. Like American women, they don't get told their flaws very often.
But let's
Yeah,
rein this in.
but go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. My bad.
No. Let's rein this in. I don't want to get into a hate bash and thing about
Oh,
women.
Ronin. Yeah, my bad. I was just trying to. Yeah, because again, I still date American women. I don't.
Right.
Yeah. It's not all doom and gloom. I still love women. My potential baby mama is from America, so if she's listening right now, I'm not gonna say her name.
Right, but there's a whole thing
go ahead.
And there's a whole thing behind leading into the delusion of women being your own man and setting your own standards and ignoring that delusion altogether. They can be delusional all by themselves.
Exactly.
And I don't feed into that energy, and I don't worry about what their thought process is, because it's not for me to try to get them to understand a man's point of view. You're either going to land an idiot or a simp, or you're not. You know, there's 2 ways of doing this. So at the end of the day, it's going to be focus on what you need to do to be the best rendition of who you are, and find that woman that's going to give you loyalty, peace, and or you try to play into their delusion and amplify it by simping for them. You know, that's why I challenge a lot of men, stop following all these on IG, giving them power to get monetized. Stop giving these women money on OnlyFans. Stop doing what you're doing and focus on who you are as individuals. Grow your wealth, grow your assets, decide what you want to do and what you're looking for in a woman, and go after it. You know, but to get back on topic and expectations, realities is most of you guys, and when you're talking about education, and Philippi brought up a good point, you know, looking at financing education or going to private schools and all these other things, you're looking at both of you guys working. And I remember when I was trying to pay for childcare and I was still married, you know, we're spending $300 to $500 a kid. We had 3 kids.
Wow. You got 3 kids?
Childcare. Man,
wait, who got 3 kids? Ronin, you got 3 kids?
I have 4 sons. They're all grown. I already said this.
Oh, you have 4? Oh, okay.
And I'm a grandfather too. What you talking about? I have a 16-year-old grandson and a 13-year-old granddaughter. You know, so my point of saying all this is,
but Ronin, you got good energy for your age. When I'm a grandfather, I'm gonna be a lazy dude. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Ronin. I ain't gonna. My YouTube is gonna be retired when I'm your age, bro. But I'm late. But no, I rock with that, Ronin, because I had a conversation earlier with some dudes that were like maybe late 40s, early 50s, and some of those dudes, if they could, I can't remember his name, but one of those dudes, he got like a popular YouTube channel with and like he's monetized with thousands of subscribers. And this dude, I think it's not chaotic. It's something like something truth in it. I forget. It's not chaotic truth. I know he's a troll. It's not him. It's somebody else. But like the dude is like 62 or 63 years old, and he has plenty of subscribers. So any of you old dudes listening, you OGs listening, there is a market out there for people who want to hear some wisdom. We don't all want to just watch TikTok pranks all day and yada yada. Like that's why I came to Ronin's channel. And again, even though I'm banned from YouTube, so I ain't been here in a minute, but this is why we come here. We like some people appreciate the wisdom that the old heads got to give. But go ahead, Ronin, my bad.
Well, damn, that was a slap and a compliment all at the same time.
Oh yeah, no. You know, Ronin, I'm 37. I'm not Ronin. Don't get it twisted. I'm old myself. I'm an old head too.
Not to me. Like I said, my son's 38. My oldest son.
Damn. Well, okay. Well, you got it then. I ain't know. Okay. All right. All right.
That's why I said most of the guys I'm talking to are my son's age. So the information I give out is not the same kind of conversation I have with my own kid. You get what I'm saying? And that's how I reference it when I talk to a lot of you guys, is kind of instilling in you the same things and the same information I would give my sons when they consult with me. I don't expect
Ronin, when I'm 60, I hope I look that young. No, and shout out to you and shout out to the older dudes in my family who look that young. I'm 37. Y'all old heads, I hope to be in your space when I'm your age. That's all I can say. Gotcha. Because I don't know, whatever. I'm trying to give you a compliment. I'm not trying to cook you. I'm just saying.
No. I got you.
Yeah, no, I rock with y'all. Some of y'all old heads be getting chicks. That's why I don't be hating. Ronin, I had so many female friends from college who dated women. Or I'm sorry, women from college who dated men that were older, and y'all got a lot of good reviews. So I'm not trying to hate on your old dudes. A lot of women my age that are 37 dated men your age or a little bit older, and they had good reviews. So I'm not even hating. Y'all got some game. Y'all got some swag. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not gonna hate. Go ahead. Y'all be smashing some of these younger chicks. I'm not gonna hate on y'all. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm not trying to blow up your spot. Not you, Ronin. If your wife is listening, not you. You're faithful. You're a good dude, but I'm just saying in general, not Ronin himself. We know Ronin's a good guy. We know Ronin's faithful to his wife. So please don't mistake. Pardon me, my bad. Pardon me.
All right, real quick, I just want to hit these 2 super chats, and then I'm going to let O2O go. Didn't read this one out yet. I think that's Antrim. Antrun Greeks. So shout out to Ronin in the panel. He said, do you have consultation? Yes. I have a Filipino wife. I need to get over to, but my job limits work abroad. So looking for something else maybe ESL or something still to get US dollars. Why? I don't know what the holdup is of getting your wife back over to America, or if you're not interested in doing that. But I think we're going to talk offline in the future. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And then D Ward, my boy, appreciate the $5. He says some of those chicks are twice your weight and black men. What's that BMI? Oh yeah, twice your weight and BMI. You're absolutely right. Shout out to educated Pookie or Tyrone, aka keeping it 100. Appreciate you guys, and go ahead, Obstacles. You got your Grab shirt on. You got your bandana. Come on.
Yeah. Shout outs to Grab. You know what I'm saying?
Obstacles about to cook. Shout out to D Ward in the chat, by the way. But Obstacles about to cook, so I'm gonna mute the fuck up. I'm gonna shut the hell up.
The only thing I was gonna add to it is a little bit of something. Look, guys, I'll tell you this: like, it's same everywhere in the world. Everybody's having problems with relationships across the board. So as far as, you thinking that in the West it's the worst, take your tail to China and you'll see how bad the deals are. Women, they hit you over the head with numbers. You're paying for them to get out the car. You're paying for them to cut the cake at the ceremony. You're paying for them to change their name. You're paying their dowries. And then the family extorts you. It's really different over there in China. Girls want you to have a house free and clear, no mortgage. Girls want you to have a car paid for with no car loan. So again, it's a global phenomenon. It's just economics. As countries develop, people's relationship with each other change. Same thing as agrarian society, industrial society, and now the age of information, and then we're moving into AI, right? So net at the end of the day, relationships are going to change as humans change the entire culture, right? And how they actually daily interact. There's some countries where women don't have much mobility, but even then, they still get in contact with men overseas that will give them funds, that will pay for their lifestyle, therefore inflating their sexual marketplace value. So at the end of the day, I say only worry about the girls that like you. Other than that, everybody else is, all other girls are a dude. So it doesn't matter. I'm not, checking for what they doing, checking for what they saying. If they weigh 300 pounds and they want a high earner and who looks like Denzel Washington at his prime, she can ask for that. And there might be a dude who actually does that. Surprise, surprise. But at the end of the day, it ain't got nothing to do with me, right? So it's really bad in America, but at the end of the day, I think most American men, you created your own problems and issues. Men been
Thank you. Obstacles was cooking. Thank you. Because what you just said, I don't want to misquote you, but you were talking about some woman, or basically, I'm gonna sum it up. Whether she's 300 pounds, 120 pounds, it doesn't even matter. She's already in this social media mucked up dating world. So if that chick doesn't like you, just move on. Don't waste your time trying to rationalize it and say, like, Obstacles. I don't know if you've seen some of these dudes, and I'm not going to even name names, but some dudes, they get online and they try to rationalize why these women should date certain black men that they're not really physically attracted to because he has XYZ job, or he has a good career, or he's, he comes from a good family and he dresses well and he speaks properly and yada, yada, yada. They're trying to they're literally bringing pails of water from the garden and trying to stop the house that's already on fire. They're trying to put out a house that's already on fire, and they don't even have a fire truck. They have like little water pills. They have pills of water from the garden or from the bathtub, and they're trying to splash it on the house, trying to put it out. But the house is already on fire. So Obstacles, just to bring it back to your point, I think some of those dudes you were not talking about, but the dudes that are the dudes that complain online 24/7 about women that don't want them and yada yada, they're focusing their attention on a house that's already on fire. And this is whether you're a passport bro or not, because I'm not relating it to that. I'm just saying in general, whether you date in America or date overseas, if you're too focused on the women that don't like you already, it doesn't matter how much you self-improve. It doesn't matter how good you look or how good your haircut is, because those women aren't compatible with you to begin with. So you're just throwing water on a house that's already on fire. But obstacles, you can talk because you were cooking. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I didn't want to steal the show or anything. I just wanted to add that. Of course, I don't have a problem with men highlighting certain things that I said and done. It's cool. I'm just telling people my strategy in order to have an actual great life and not actually think it's doom and gloom just because
Wait,
shorties
obstacles, are
perfect
you in
or they
America
don't want
or
to get
not? I
married to me.
forgot.
No,
My bad. I honestly forgot. Are you
Obstacles is
do
in
you live in
Thailand.
America or you're overseas?
No, I'm
He's
overseas.
in
What are you
Thailand.
saying, Ron?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My bad. Go ahead.
But
So,
anyway,
go ahead,
for
Ron.
$499.99, D Ward, I'll teach anybody how to meet a woman and vet her. So
How
I'll get
much
into
is it again?
I'll get into the date coaching arena if you need me to be. You know, for
What? We can call you Hitch.
Yes.
Exactly.
There you go. But at the end of the day, yeah, man. I mean, old guys, young guys, it's just a matter of your mentality. That's all it's about. And this is not really about being a passport bro. It's just being a decent man and bringing to the table what you need to bring. You know, we at the end of the
facts,
day,
Ronin. Facts.
we're supposed to be protector providers at the end of the day. And if a woman is not impressed with your stature and not impressed with who you are and what you bring, she's never going to bring the respect, the peace, and the loyalty that you're expecting. And it doesn't matter, to get on what Educated Tyrone said, it doesn't matter how much money you bring. Jeff Bezos and everybody else has gone through divorces. So it doesn't matter whether you're a billionaire or not. Think about that. I mean, hell, let's go all the way back, if you're religious, to the fucking Garden of Eden. God himself said, don't touch the fucking fruit of the forbidden tree. And the woman turns around and grabs it anyway. So the man that created you and you can't listen to him, who the fuck do you think you are as a man?
Didn't the Bible say, "Give not thy power unto a woman"? I don't know what verse that is though, but
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, I'm not religious, so I'm not sure.
Skip over that.
I mean, only thing I say is that in the story, we know the woman was talking to a snake. She was actually held in a See, you got to actually think about that. And I actually had to ponder on that. What would make a human being really hold a conversation with a snake? If I saw a snake crawling around, why would I hold a conversation with something like that? I mean, see, this is the sinister side that we don't want to talk about. They're talking to snakes right now, and we don't want to acknowledge that. But they're talking to snakes right now. That's where you get all these ideas from. You know, and really, I really believe that. You know, they get these ideas from, all these ideologies from that. And it's not to say women overseas don't have it, because they get it too. And I've heard them say it. And I've talked to them about it. I said, yeah, I moved to Brazil, and they're up there quoting what some women say in America. And then the women say, oh, you don't like that? I said, no, that's why I'm here in Brazil, because I don't like what they talking about over there. So if you're going to repeat what they say, I believe you alone.
Yo, I feel you on that. Wait, Ronin, is that True Prodigy 27 in the chat the real one, or is that a troll? Not to blow up his spot. The only reason I'm asking
That's my boy.
If that's the actual True Prodigy 27, I was going to invite him to join the panel. That's why I'm asking. I wanted him to join the panel, but if that's a troll, then forget it. I can't tell though.
Bro, you got to be quiet for a second so I can answer your initial question.
No, my bad. Go ahead. My bad.
True Prodigy that's my nephew. I call him my nephew. But yeah, that's the real one. That's the only one that comes in, and that's why he has a wrench. So if you're asking if that's the real True Prodigy.
But on my StreamYard app, I can't see who has wrenches or not. That's why I asked. Because not on your end, but on my end, a lot of people troll and they impersonate other people. So I'm like, yo. My bad. Because Prodigy, people impersonate people on his channel a lot too, on Prodigy's channel. Like a lot of these black pill dudes, they'll make a fake profile and they'll make all these comments. So I didn't know if it was one of his trolls or
No, he's
he
good.
knows what I'm talking about. But go ahead, my bad.
He's a real one. But
yeah, no, he
knows he can join anytime. I always pin my link to the top of the chat. If he wanted to join, he will join. But he's usually just checking in on me. You know what I mean? But at this point, like I said, we're gonna go ahead. It's already 4 hours into the conversation of expectations versus reality on dating and living abroad, and it really was about living abroad and what to prep for, get your mind wrapped around, and everything else. So at the end of the day, you definitely have to stop thinking when you get ready to start traveling, holding on to things. We talked about earlier, you can live somewhere for so long and start accumulating a bunch of shit. But when it comes down to it, only bring in the necessities. I showed you, I got it down to 3 bags, but I have a small storage unit in the United States of just the bare essentials. I didn't keep a couch. I didn't keep a whole bunch of shit that's going to cause my expense overseas or in America to be high, just to hold on to something I can replace over a period of time just by saving the money on storage. So wrapping your head around certain things you need to prepare for living overseas for longer than just a fucking quick weekend warrior type of thing, you need to think in a different mindset. Other than that, I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. My 2 hosts have left the building. It's just me. Obstacles, if you got something that you want to close with real quick based on expectations versus reality, being that you're there in Thailand and what your expectations was and your reality and what you prepped for before you decided to move to to Thailand. Go ahead.
Yeah. So shout out to Ronin. I would just say, man, when you're going overseas, just be prepared for anything. I think it's good to do consultations. So do reach out to people like Ronin and etc. just to get information. Even though he might be in the Philippines, he still has access to information and what you need to do. And especially choose someone that's aligned with you and what you're looking for. Because at the end of the day, Ronin would touch down and people was asking him, why didn't you go see your girl yet? He's like, yo, I'm a grown man. I got to get my stuff in order. I got to get my house in order, immigration, visas, etc. So always reach out to other people. And then also you just want to adjust it. I think like Ronin just said, don't hold nothing from the past, man. America is going to give you the opportunity to go overseas and live your goddamn life. There's no need to live in hatred while you're in America, while you're in Thailand and the Philippines. Just enjoy your life. Enjoy that America gave you the opportunity to live in Thailand. And, there's pros and cons to every country. No country is a fantasy. And it depends on what you're looking for and what you're seeking. And then just find a country. Go where you're treated the best at the end of the day. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Shout outs to the whole panel. Shout outs to everybody. And hey, keep doing your thing. RT, the new hitch. The new hitch.
Remember, $499.99. I got you.
Yeah. You ain't like
shout
Will
out
Smith.
to you.
The real hitch.
Obstacles, opportunities. I've seen you on previous panels before. You be dropping knowledge. So shout out to you for dropping your wisdom.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem.
All right, Mercy, are you awake over there, bro? It's a little earlier, so I'm anticipating you didn't fall asleep yet.
Oh no, I'm just listening, bro. and I will say I love to listen. I love to listen when Obstacles talking, especially because I know he got a lot of knowledge to share.
Yes, sir.
I try to listen to as many people as I can. Only advice I would give is that when you go overseas, still pay attention to what's going on. Watch your surroundings. Don't think you in a fantasy land. Pay attention. Still vet the ladies. Still vet them. All I'm saying is I believe you will have a better shot at finding a wife overseas than in America. But you still have to vet. So I think that sometimes when brothers forget, they forget to vet. They forget to vet. They say, I'm in a foreign country. Oh, yeah, I'm good now. No, you still need to vet. You still need to do all the things you need to do to watch out. But at the same time, there's a lot of opportunities overseas, man, in my opinion. And there's a lot for brothers overseas if you're trying to live right and you're trying to make the right decision.
All right, thank you, Mercy. Educated Pookie.
No, Mercy, that's facts. A lot of dudes, and because I wasn't really talking to Ronan about this. This is other people, more so other people that know me in real life, whatever. But they know my mom's side of the family is Filipino. So when I go to the Philippines in 2026, I probably will hit up Ronan, and I probably will do some live streams and yada yada. But again, I'm coming at it from a different perspective. I'm just taking my aunt there and people from my family there to kind of, you know what I mean, link up with some of our Filipino
family reunion, man.
Right. So I'm not
reunion.
on a passport bro perspective. So I'm not gonna get up here and gaslight and cap like I'm a passport bro. I have totally different objectives for traveling. But like I said, or like Mercy said, dudes need to vet regardless of whether they're dating in America or overseas, because at the end of the day, even if you're in a more suitable environment and there's less social programming and the women are less brainwashed than modern American women, you still need to do your due diligence and vet as a man. You need to figure out this woman's tendencies and her family background and the logistics of her family setup. Like, okay, can I raise kids with her easily? You see what I'm saying? It's like, so Mercy, I think a lot of dudes underestimate what you're talking about because they think being a passport bro means they can skip some of the basic steps of vetting a woman. And I'm like, no, even if you're in an easier environment where women are more open and more feminine and treat you better on average, even in that environment, you still need to do your due diligence as a man and vet that woman to see if she's compatible and has chemistry with you as an individual, regardless of whether she's Black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise. So, Mercy, I think a lot of passport bros, or just men in general, even in America, should heed your advice. I think they should take that advice to heart. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That was your final. Welcome D Darnell to the panel real quick. Kind of joined a little late, bro. We shutting it down, but any comments on what you heard, or are you just tuning in and you didn't hear anything?
I mean, I heard a little bit. I didn't see the whole live, so I'll have to catch the replay. But as far as I wanted to piggyback on what Mercy said and the other gentleman that just spoke. I mean, he's absolutely right. You got to vet. Don't assume this whole thing that because a woman is overseas that she's different. You go in there with that kind of mindset, you're probably going to find the same thing that you're finding here in the States. You're definitely not going to find a good woman in a red light district. Tell you that right now. You ain't gonna find a good woman in the red light district. You ain't gonna find there's
Facts.
a possibility in
keep it a buck with them. Keep it a buck with them.
Yeah. The tourist areas, I'm not going to say you can't find a good woman, but there's a good chance she's probably Americanized. You're the boyfriend 1 month, and she's probably got another American dude. Keep an eye on her Instagram. You know what I'm saying? If you see another American dude on that thing, you might not be the only dude she's dating.
Facts.
There's a good chance of that. I mean, the only way female nature is female nature, no matter where you go in the world. I don't care where you go. All right. And unless you find a woman living in a hut with no internet, there's a good chance that, she's probably been exposed to Western culture. So, just kind of keep that in mind, and, don't fall for the, I'm kind of noticing in the space, not this, in the passport bro space, a lot of people are doing success corn, trying to teach you how to go find, women. But, just ask yourself, when you watch these videos, before you subscribe to their Patreon and start forking over your hard-earned cash, ask yourself this question. How long has he been dating, that woman? Are these guys married? You know what I'm saying? If they're showing a different woman, every other video, they're probably full of crap. I'm just going, keep it a buck. They're probably full of shit. And I'll just go ahead and end with that. And Ronin, thank you for having me. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, no problem.
Very supportive. And hey, man,
I appreciate it.
if I'm not here, man, just know I'm supporting you in spirit, brother.
I understand that. I appreciate that. So in closing, like I said, with expectations versus reality, if you're looking at the picture here, I like to make fun of myself and have fun with the AI, as you can see. You really have to get yourself in a mindset, whether you're a solo traveler, whether you're in an LDR or like Fearless, you actually had a full-blown, you've moved from the LDR to a relationship to being married for multiple years and then bringing them back and having a successful relationship in America. There's a process that takes. Okay. And getting your house in order, per se, as men is a priority. You can't go overseas and be a mess. If you're already a mess here in the United States, fix your shit here first in the United States, for those that are still there, before moving overseas with the mentality of being an American. Fix that shit that you have wrong within yourself first. Okay. Then get your mind wrapped around, okay, what are the things I need to prep for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 180 days, the first year of being overseas? What do I need to keep? What do I need to take? What do I need to buy once I get there? Get in that mindset. How many bags is it going to take? How much is it going to cost? You get one shot at this. Once you get over here, you're over here. Then the real games begin, because some cultures you're going to move into, they don't understand you. If you don't speak their language, then it's already a language barrier. If you don't have somebody boots on the ground, family or somebody that you trust, then you're rebuilding and restructuring yourself as a man. Resources are one of the things we're supposed to come with, right? Resources, right? How are you reestablishing your resources? A lot of people question me when I first got here. Why aren't you running out to your girl? Your girl happy? Yes, absolutely. But as a man, I need to establish my resources first. That meant me establishing myself with the VA system. I actually get ready to go hop a plane like a goddamn bus to fly into Manila so I can go to the VA right there by the embassy. So not only did I go to the VA, I went to the embassy, set up and let them know I was there, look at what the process is, if I'm just going to move forward with my relationship and what those things were. For the first 30 days, I acclimated to the country, acclimated to the people, the weather, before I even decided to come out to the province where she was. 30 days in the province, living in an Airbnb, figuring out where my permanent residency is and whether I was going to stay here, whether I liked it here, whether I was comfortable with the family and her, went through that process. If you looked at go back and run back the live, then established a home, leased the property for a year, and all of the pitfalls of dealing with people. And then once they see you're a foreigner, all of a sudden they're wanting to run up the rates on you. Looking out for those things and having somebody that's supporting you that you trust to help you with those foreigner tax situations. Plenty of men will tell you, even though they're married, they still let their significant other deal with certain things, because instantly when they see you coming around the corner and you're an American, of course you have a printing press at home and you can print as much money as you want. And that's not necessarily true. So at the end of the day, understand your expectations of having a bright and sunny day when you go to these countries, especially if you're looking at expatting life, not just the weekend warrior thing. There are a couple little things and a couple extra things you need to prepare for financially and mentally to get ready for when you're jumping through these hurdles of living long-term overseas. But appreciate everybody for showing up. I appreciate all the love in the super chats. Last super chat is just a thank you for Black Nubian TV. Appreciate you, brother, for showing up. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to play the replay for the $2 love on the super sticker. Appreciate you, brother. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and close the panel and close the live. And hopefully, we're gonna be doing either a Lions Den, but I'm gonna be traveling. I'm actually gonna be in Manila. So I might be filming some content while I'm out there. We'll talk to you soon. Stay tuned. If you haven't subscribed to myself, you haven't subscribed to Fearless's channel or StyleKing Marco, please go and subscribe, hit the like button, the bell notification so you'll know when our next live is going to be. But we appreciate you gentlemen for coming out and share the live so other people can get exposed to positive Black media talking about positive things and actually growing your life instead of just talking about the drama of life. All right. Till next time. See you later.